Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night. We got Captain Tazaryach joining us for Does God Give Us Free Will? Let's hop into the intro. Actually, Gabby, you done. And you want to leave too? This is how our relationship goes. God over man, man over woman, woman over children. All right, ladies and gents, we are back. Let's get the likes up. This is going to be a good discussion. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. Let's get into the usual scheduled programming before I bring them on up and we start this debate. Let's have everyone click the description. We got a few links in there. First link is going to be for the members. If you like the podcast and you want to support the show, become a member, man. We got 3 tiers: gang, hitman, and mob ties. You join any of those tiers, you're locked in with us. You get to hit me up on Instagram. I hit you right back. And any ideas that you have for the show, if they're good ideas, I'll implement your ideas into the show. The next link is going to be for one-on-one coaching. Click that link, man, if you do need some coaching on dating and relationships, masculinity, and as well as media and marketing. The next link is going to be for the Clips channel. Sign up for the Clips channel, man, and subscribe to it. It's free. If anything happens with the main channel, we going to be on the Clips channel. The next link is for the Discord, man. Discord is free. Chop it up with us in the Discord. So join the Discord, please and thank you. Let's go ahead and bring them on up and get things started, man. Oh, before I do so, we are live on Facebook and YouTube. So everybody on Facebook, we probably only going to stay live for, I would say, like 30 minutes. And then we're going to close down that stream. So be prepared and be ready to come on over to YouTube when I do close down a Facebook stream. All right, let's bring him on up. Hey, brother, what's going on? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Can't hear you right now. No audio.
I had it muted. I apologize. No, I appreciate you having me on, man. Looking forward to a good dialogue. It's been a while. I actually like the last conversation. Because what I like is we were kind of both passionate about what we believed in, but I never felt disrespected outside of just the dialogue. So I actually love the conversation, me myself. So I've been all right. How about yourself, man?
Yo, man, I've been good. I could say the same, man. Me and you chop it up via Instagram all the time. Mm-hmm. And yeah, man, it's a mutual respect. We may have different perspectives, share different opinions, have a totally different worldview on certain topics, but at the end of the day, we got no beef.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Right. And that, what bugged me out, because like my audience be like, why you don't do this then? Why? I said, he ain't my enemy like that. Like, I ain't trying to, talk to the brother like I'm trying to harm him or something like that. We just disagree on.
Yeah, we actually chop it up. I'll send you some stuff.
Stuff. Yeah. Last live stream, I was laughing at the live stream. So, I mean, we have some good time. At least I thought so. And
yeah,
I
me
think
too, man.
We need to see that, because I think just because we differ doesn't mean that we can't still be brothers, you know what I mean, and have good conversations and stuff. Like, it's almost like I like battle rap, for example. So when them battle rappers be battling, they be saying, now they say some egregious things.
Personal attacks. Yeah, they be going in.
And then when it be over, they just dap each other up, have a drink.
Like, yo, we made mad bread off this.
We made mad bread off of this. They talk about their mama, their kids. They going to kill them about 12,000 times. And then they top it up. So if they could do that, I think we should be able to, do the same thing, if not better. So
that's a fact. That's a fact, man. I definitely agree, man. I definitely agree. So let's go ahead and get started with this. So we're going to have two openings, well, one opening each. We have up to 4 minutes. So me and Tazaryach, for the audience to know, we went over the rules and everything. I'll have up to 4 minutes to do my opening. He'll have up to 4 minutes to do his opening. Once again, this debate is about free will, and does God give us free will? So that's what the debate topic is about. Cool? Sounds good?
Yep, sounds good
All
to
right.
me. Yep.
Let's get this started then, man.
Ready to rumble!
All right. Oh, let me bring you back up. Okay. Okay. Also, anyone that has, so we are going to be taking questions at the end of the debate. So, if you have any questions, send in your super chats, because all super chats will be read at the end of the debate. So, man, any questions you have for me personally, for Tazaryach personally, or both of us, please have your questions ready, because I will get to them at the end of the debate. I'm not going to read any questions during the debate, but you can send them in now, but I will get to all of them in order as well. All right, so here's my open. I actually written this down too. So we are debating currently about free will, and does God give us free will? This debate is already over before it even starts, because I am debating a man that opposes free will but deeply believes in the Bible. Now, if Tazaryach was an atheist believing in free will, this would make sense, but he isn't. I'll explain how this will go. He'll attempt to appeal to biblical scriptures to prove his point that we do not have free will, but simultaneously being unaware that the properties in the scriptures appeals to choice and value systems, things like good and bad, and having consequences, and placing judgment for choosing good and bad. Believing in God and the Bible, but not believing in free will, is very nonsensical and paradoxical. This belief strips all accountability away from us. If we do not have the free will of choice in his worldview, God makes every decision for us. That's his worldview, which means that God is responsible and accountable. That's what that means. We're not accountable. We're not responsible. God is. So then why would God judge us if we are not responsible for our choices? That will conclude my opening. I think I did that in about a minute and a half. If you want to go ahead and take all 4 minutes, man, go ahead.
No, I don't know if I need 4 minutes. So the subject of this particular battle is, does God give us free will? My position is that God does not give us free will, because there's nothing that God tells us to do that doesn't come with consequence or blessing. So you notice when Cooley was speaking, he snuck in that word choice. Now, if someone makes the argument that you have a choice, I'm not going to argue that, but you don't have a free will. If I was to just give one scripture, Deuteronomy 30:16, God says, I've set before thee this day life and death. That's almost like in Philly when they used to have that crew called Get Down or Lay Down. Or it's almost like if somebody puts a gun to your head and give me your jacket, you'll live. Don't give me your jacket and you die. You do not have free will. You're either going to do it, you're either going to give up the jacket and live, or you're going to keep the jacket and die with the jacket. So that's what God gave us. God gave us the choice to keep his commandments and live, or to break his commandments and die. If I freely was to give Cooley $500 and I said, I'm giving you this at no cost or anything like that, I just gave him $500 freely. There's no consequence. There's no blessing. But if I say to Cooley, hey, I'm going to give you this $500, but I need it back in 2 weeks. If I don't get it, you're going to see a whole nother side of Tazaryach. Then after them 2 weeks, he either going to put that 500 in my hand or I'm going to lay hands. So there's nothing that's free unless it's free. So I'll end it right there because the brother only took like a minute and a half. So that's kind of like my position. I do come from the Bible, but the one thing I'll end is the concept of free will does not come from the Bible. That's not the origin of free will. I end it there.
Okay, cool. So this will be the part where it's just going to be free for all debate, man. I guess since I went first, you went last. I'll go ahead and pose the first question then.
That's fine.
And then also at the end of the debate, I'll let you do your closing last, and I'll let you do your closing first, and I'll do my closing last.
Okay, that works for me. That's cool.
All right, cool. So I mean, okay, I get what you're saying. So my first question, so even if you read Deuteronomy, if you read it fully through, if you read Deuteronomy 30, Deuteronomy 30, 19, it says, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curse. Choose life. If he would have read it all, it says, choose life, then that you and your descendants may live. So this is God telling us that we have free will. I'll also read a scripture before. I don't even have any questions right now. These are statements.
Okay.
But if you have any questions for me afterwards, you can go ahead and get to this. Or if you have any statements, you could do that too. But
Gotcha.
Sure. I just wanted to read the full length of your scripture to even to point out that God even said, choose, make a choice. If you choose that, you're dead. But if you choose that, you live. So here's Romans 7:19. For the good that I would, I do not. But the evil which I would not, that I do. This seems to suggest that it is possible for a person to choose against his or own desires. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, no sweat. So I want everybody to pay attention that Cooley is kind of doing what I expected. He's changing the word that he's using. If he would have hit me up and said, Cap, do you believe that we can make a choice to obey God or disobey God? I would have said, yes, we can make that choice. But he did not use the word choice. He used the word free will. Free will is not in the Bible. So I'm going to respond to your scriptures and then I'm going to just make a statement. So in Deuteronomy 30, when he read the whole entire thing, that further proves my point. So in Deuteronomy 30 and 19, when it says, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I've set before you life and death, blessings and cursings, therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. He's really telling you what to do. He's not giving you a choice. That end of that verse where it says, therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. If you choose to not listen to him, then you're choosing death. So if choice is the conversation you want to have, then I'll have a different response. But if free will is the conversation that you want to have, this verse proves that there's no free will. Even in Romans 7, I think you read 7:16. I'm going to read.
I read 7:19.
Oh, 19. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read. I think I'm going to start at 16. So in Romans 7 and 16, it says, I'm 17. It says, now then it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. For I know that in me, that is my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present within me, but how to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I for the good that this always tongue tie me. For the good that I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. That's him choosing to obey so that he can live, because he knows that if he consents into the evil, the sin dwells in him. So how does he avoid the sin? How does he avoid dying? Even Romans the 6th chapter talks about death reigning until the time of Moses. Why? Because when we made the irrational choice of thinking we can have the free will to disobey God, we were punished for it. So if I could, real briefly, I want to read this article. If you don't mind, it's called Augustine, Advocate of Free Will, Defender of Predestination. I'm just going to read. I'm going to skim through it. It's kind of long, but I'm going to skim through it. It says the relationship.
Sure, go ahead, man. Yeah.
Thank you. And I can share this to you if you want. It's a PDF I got off online. It's from the EDU journal site. It's about Augustine, because the concept of free will comes from Augustine, comes from the Roman Catholic Church. And the reason why they developed the concept, and you'll see where it comes from before the Roman Catholic Church. But the reason why the Catholic Church did that is because they had to explain why so many evil things are happening to people that believe in God. And so the church pushes that God is all good. So if God is all good, why does the evil happen? And nobody wanted to tell the truth to the church people that God does the evil to us. Christ does the evil to us. And I can prove that in the Bible. So it says the relationship between God and mankind has been one of distress and apparent contradiction. The story of the fall in the 3rd chapter of Genesis gives an account of our present existence, which is marked by a fundamental separation of man and his creator, each of whom reside on a different side of barrier of sin. The barrier which Genesis tells us was built by Adam's fault poses two major issues for the Judeo-Christian tradition. The first is that the side on which man resides, removed the source of goodness and fulfillment, is permeated by evil, suffering, and sin. An architectural question arising from this situation is how God, who is both omnipotent and maximally good, can permit the existence of such evil. And furthermore, how evil can exist since the since the beneficent creator of the source of all. The second profound issue concerns the reunification of God and humans. How is the barrier of sin broken and the gap bridged? Who is active in traversing it? So now this was a question posed to the Roman Catholic Church. And so Augustine, who is highly regarded as being a church doctor, one of the most respectable and influential thinkers to have ever written, it is difficult to comprehend how any intellectual could argue so fervently for concepts as dissimilar as free will and predestination, because that was the two arguments. One is free will, and one is we're predestined to be in the condition that we are. The two seems are mutually exclusive. If a person is predestined, his free choice appears to be rendered rather illusory, or at best trivial. This has led some of the readers to conclude that there existed two Augustines. So that's how they divided him. They divided him into two Augustines because they could not fathom the concept of how in one breath Augustine is saying free will, in another breath he's saying we're predestined. So the only way, and I'll give you the floor, I appreciate you giving me the space. So the only thing that we can conclude based on the origin of Augustine creating it to solve the problem of the evil is that they created free will to have an answer to why we get punished instead of telling the truth that God punished you. I'll end with this scripture. This is Isaiah 45:7. It says, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do these things. So now we've just answered that there is no such thing as free will, because the answer to the evil is that God does the evil. When does he do the evil? When we disobey. I yield the floor to you. I appreciate it.
Yep. So here he just, like I told you what he would do in my opening, he's going to appeal to the Bible, which also appeals to free will. And I'll explain what he just did. Now, he's saying that, I'm speaking about choice, and he's trying to differentiate between choice and free will. So actually, before I even get into these questions that I have, the first question would be that he has to do is define what he means by free will. What is different? What is the difference between free will and choice?
The difference between free will is that free will is something that you get with no consequence or no benefit.
So free will you get with no consequence or no benefit?
Yes. That's why I use the example. If I give you $500 freely, there's nothing that comes with it. But if I give you this $500 under conditions, then there is choice. That's why I said if you ask me about choice, I would agree. We have a choice, but that choice comes with consequence. So that's the difference between free will.
Got it. Well, how you just explained it, that to me, that makes no sense at all. So you just said,
I was about to say it makes sense. But no. The way your head wave like that
makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. Right, so, free will, your idea of free will, it is void of consequence. So free will free. You really didn't explain it too much for me how you view of it. You just said it's void of consequence. Then you gave an example of if I give you money and don't expect anything, that's free. It was my will to give it to you, and that's free, right? I don't view free will that way. I don't think anyone really views free will that way. I believe that choice is attached to free will, like the will to do something. You have a desire to do something, a will to do something. There's some people that have an addiction problem. But then guess what? Their will supersedes their desires. So their will would supersede the desires to do something. So in one sense, it's still free will because they are choosing to submit to their desires. On the other hand, it is still free will because they are choosing for their morals to supersede their fleshful desires. So it's a double-edged sword. You're getting stabbed on each end with free will. So I'll just pose this question for you. I kind of just need some yeses or nos to these questions, because I just want to see if I got your worldview proper.
Okay, no problem.
Do you believe that God wants us not to sin?
Yes.
Do you believe that God makes us sin?
No.
Okay, so that's a contradiction. So if you believe if you believe that there isn't any free will, then how can you say that on one hand God wants you to sin, but on the other hand, God doesn't want you to sin, but on the other hand you believe that there isn't any free will, but God doesn't make you sin?
Yeah, he doesn't.
If you don't believe in free will, then everything is controlled by God. Do I have that right? Yes or no?
Wait, say that last part again.
Okay, so you don't believe in free will. Is everything controlled by God?
Yes.
Okay, so if everything is controlled by God and God does not want you to sin, everything is controlled. God still made you sin.
No. So
explain that for me.
Thank you. No problem. I know. Listen, man, you're gonna learn the Bible today.
Listen, we could both bring up scriptures and stuff like that, but we can just have a logical. Sense. It got to make sense. We have to have a logical discussion that makes sense.
Right. I got to be able to hear you. You got to be able to hear me. So
for sure.
In that Deuteronomy 30, did God say freely choose life, or did He just say choose life? Which one?
Choice. The fact that you have choice, you have it is you are it's free. The fact that you have choice, it is free. And I'll explain so the audience can understand my worldview a little bit, because I'm more coming after your worldview, but let's speak about my worldview of
because this
free
is
will.
Important. Because then I got a follow-up question after that.
Because then you got a follow-up question. Fair enough.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. Right.
Okay, cool. So when I'm speaking about choice, the ability to make choice means that influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. We have things that we are influenced by, like our biology. That's a huge influence to us. I would say that's the first thing. The testosterone, the estrogen, these are things that influences our thinking, our desires, and our choice. Then that's the internal. Then we have the external forces, things like your community, your family, the society that you live in, the school that you go to, the church that you go to, the religion. You could be Hindu, you could be Muslim, you could be Christian. We have all of these external desires. At the end of all of this is choice, and choice is free, meaning that you can be influenced by think about a homosexual. That man, his entire biology is telling him to like vagina. But his choice of that let's see, what can I say? The choice that he made supersedes his actual biology. So his biology is telling him, no, get the small waist, the wide hips, get some boobs. It's telling you the testosterone. But his own free will, his own choice, he's choosing to neglect his biological makeup and sleep with a man. A homosexual, you get what I'm saying? So even like using the LGBTQ community,
Right.
that's a huge example. I don't believe that they were born that way. I believe that they make those choices. That's a huge example that, Brad, they got people, you are born a man, but you think you're a girl and you want to put on woman's clothes and stuff like that. You are making that choice. Your desire to want to be a woman, to really want to be a woman, supersedes your biological urges. So what I'm saying is choice is at the tail end of everything that is influencing you. And you have the ability to one, not make a choice at all, meaning that you can, for an example, if you let's say you're handed something, you could take it, you can not take it, you can take it and walk away. So you have really four choices. You have a choice to not do anything, which is a choice. You have a choice to do something, which is a choice, or you have a choice to reject it, which is a choice as well. Or you have a choice to just stay stagnant.
So when it comes to God, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
When he makes the statement, and this is why I use the term get down or lay down. If the consequence of not listening is death, is God giving you free will?
Yeah.
Wow. So okay,
Your
this is where this is no, but see how you keep saying you have a choice? Nobody's negating choice. That's the term that
and I guess that's the debate then. So you have to actually differentiate the difference between free will and choice. Your example that you gave was free will means not having any consequences.
That's right. But choice has a consequence. That's why in Deuteronomy 30.
But then what I'm saying is everything that you do is a choice. Like even if you choose to give something or to take something, it's all a choice.
Right. So that's why I said that even the homosexual analogy you gave, that's why they get AIDS. Because that's what comes with homosexuality. That's why they get the diseases. I think, was it monkeypox? Monkeypox was an anal sex disease.
Okay, so here's what you're doing. You're saying free will is void. This is your definition. You just made this up. You're saying that you believe that free will is void of consequences. There's not anything in its human existence that's void of consequences.
Got another question. Is free will an origin of the Bible or something outside of the Bible? The concept of free will.
The entire concept of free will is all in the Bible and outside of the Bible.
No, what I mean is I'm not saying that
because there's atheists.
No, let me just
go ahead. Yeah, make your question.
What I'm asking. Yeah. I'm not saying that you not looking at scriptures and saying that's an example of free will. I'm talking about the very concept of free will. Is that born out of people teaching the Bible, or was that born out of people outside of the Bible? The concept itself is what I'm asking you.
Yeah, the concept itself was the first man. It was the concept itself was we live in the reality of the concept of free will. Like it's a reality because we all, for my worldview, since everything has consequences and nothing doesn't have any consequences, you cannot say that free will is void of consequences. That's like saying that do you believe in evolution and we came from nothing?
No, but the reason why I make that statement, because when you look this up in history, I'm gonna read this article. It's on encyclopedia.com. It says the history of the concept of free will. It says the main stages in the development of the notion of free will may be characterized as follows. The philosophical basis were first proposed by Greek thinkers. They were then developed systematically by patristic and medieval writers under the influence of Christian religion. Then controversies arose in later scholasticism, traceable largely to the Protestant Reformation and its underlying causes. And these were followed finally by the diversity of views that typifies modern thoughts on subjects. So Plato and Aristotle They are the ones that
Yeah, but
formulate.
what does this prove? This isn't proving your argument.
No, no, no.
You
And I'm
but
going to
you
walk you
reading
down.
something which I already know of the influence of the word of free will. I'm not speaking
Right,
about that. If we strip it down to what you said, the
right.
concept of free will, I'm saying that the world that we exist in is free will. Because
No,
if
what
it
I'm saying.
wasn't, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. What I'm saying though is that that concept or that thought process is what filtered into the Christian church. Because then, as I read the other point in history that you didn't answer, Augustine, who's the
Wait,
father of
what
free
didn't I
will.
answer?
So Augustine is the father of free will and created free will
Okay.
to help people understand why the evil was happening. When I read that article, the concept of free will developed because the church teaches that God is all good. I'm pretty sure you heard that terminology. So if God is all good, why are all these evil things happening? And so Augustine came up with the concept that it's free will because we freely obey God. That's it.
But
But
what
the
does that prove? I'm not sure where you're going with
what
this.
that
And
what that pro-
question on the end of this.
there's my question. Oh
Okay.
before I get to the question, I just want to make one more statement. If God is punishing us and God is the one that's causing the evil, how can anybody say that we can freely obey God or freely disobey God? That's my question.
But you believe that God is the one that's creating. You believe that God is the one that's actually real
But
quick,
that's
real
not
quick.
answering the
If
question, right? Because that's not answering the question, though.
Okay, here's the answer. If
Okay.
you believe that, right, then that's a contradiction to your last statement of my first question, because my
Which
first
was
question was, it's going to tie in together. My first question was, well, does God want you not to sin? You
right,
said no. Then I
right.
said, does God make you sin? You said no.
No, I
So
said no. When you said does God make you sin, I said no. When you said does God want you to sin, no. The way you asked the question was different because my answer was a yes and a no when you first asked me. So I think you asked it different than the way you asking it now. Because I think the first
I
question
have it
you
written
asked,
down.
yeah, the first question you asked, does God want us to sin? I said no, or not to sin. I think you might have said, does God want us not to sin? And
Okay,
I
yeah.
said yes.
Okay, totally fine. Does God want you not to sin? You
Right.
said
And I said
yes.
yes. And
Okay,
then you
now
said,
does
does
God
God make
make
us
you
sin?
sin? You
I
said no.
said no. Right.
Okay,
So
so
how does
then
that go with my question of the evil?
okay, so your question is of the evil. If God, but you said something there as well. You
What I
said
said
that,
was, so my question to you was, if God punishes us if we do evil, how can we freely obey or disobey him if he punishes us for the evil? That's the question.
okay, if I'll just repeat it back then. If
Mhm.
God punishes us for doing evil, how can we freely obey?
How can we freely disobey?
How can we freely disobey?
Right.
There's
That's my
people
question.
all the time that freely disobey God.
They no,
Look
they
at the
don't.
Christians. Look at the Christians that have the LGBTQ plus flag on their church.
They
Look
not
at
freely disobeying though,
you don't think that they're freely disobeying.
because God punishes them.
What what does the punishment is the end of it. So before you do something, well, first you have to do something. You take an action, and you're responsible for your action. You're accountable for the actions that you're taking because we are human beings of agency. And then the byproduct, depending on if your action is good or bad, then you receive consequences. So the consequences come after you do good or bad. So the consequences comes after the choice. You get what I'm saying? So you're trying to like compact everything together. Like, well, how can you not sin if you're going to be judged for it? Like if you're going to experience consequences. Well, that's like you're saying, how can you make a choice in that decision? People choose to act in ways of their own desires, or people have discipline and choose to act in ways despite of their desires. That happens every day. Like
But
you
I
go to
think,
the gym. I seen some things on your
yeah, I get
on
it
your
in. Got a
Instagram.
little
I go to
muscles.
the
I
gym
got,
too. We get it in,
yeah,
right? So you
yeah.
go to the gym. Are there days that your desire to go to the gym is lower than your desire to just be at home and chill? Sometimes you just want to be at home and
Yeah,
chill and you don't
yep,
really have the
yep,
desire to go.
yep.
But you still act
Sidebar,
despite.
those be sometimes those be the best workouts though.
Those
Sidebar.
facts too. Sidebar.
Yeah, yeah.
Sidebar. But you still act despite how you feel. You act despite your desires. So you
Mhm.
are still making the choice, even though you have this desire that you just want to truly be home and kick it and chill and not really worried about the gym. But your free will. Your willpower supersedes your own desires. So that is choice. So the consequence of you being disciplined, normally in a gym, you get bigger, you get more muscle. The consequences of submitting to your desires, well, you become lackadaisical, you get chubbier. So there's consequences for every action that we take. Like, try to disprove that. Your question doesn't disprove like anything about free will, like
So
anything about consequences.
I think so. You notice when I said when you talked about the church with the LBGT, and I
Yeah.
said they're getting punished. I think we might be having a human versus God conversation. Humans and everything that you're saying is the rationalization that the Catholic Church has done, that the Greeks have done before them. They're trying to rationalize the good and evil that takes place as they try to obey God. That's one side of it. Whereas God is punishing you if you disobey. If there's no
But if
disobedience,
you don't disobey, then you don't get punished.
wait, if
So
you
that means that you
don't,
have the
if
choice
you
to
don't,
obey or to not, or to disobey, which is free will.
nobody, nobody argue. No, it's not free
It's free
because
will, man. What?
if you don't break the commandments of God, you get a blessing. If you break the commandments of God, you get a cursing. God is the punisher and the blesser. And here's why people think it's free. In Ecclesiastes, um, I think it's the 8th chapter, it says, because sentence against the evil act is not executed speedily. It is in them, it says, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is set to fully do evil. So you see this from the garden, and the Garden of Eden is a prime example of you don't have free will. In Genesis,
I think that was. I don't interpret it that way at all.
well,
But
that's
but go ahead. Go ahead.
thank you. So in Genesis 2:16, God gives Adam an instruction that says, if and the Lord God, I'm sorry, in the Lord, this is Genesis 2:16 and 17. It says, and the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. Now that's free to eat of those things, but the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest of it, thou shalt die. So now this is get down and lay down. So if he don't eat this tree, he'll live. If he eats this tree, he'll die. And then here come the philosopher, the serpent. The serpent came in Genesis the 3rd chapter, goes to that woman, sidebar. I do like your intro when you have, I think you got God, man, woman. That is the order.
Yeah.
And Adam wasn't supposed to listen to his woman at all. But that's what our enemies do. Our enemies go to the woman to subvert us. And that's what took place here. So the serpent goes to the woman, and the serpent said to that woman, ye shall not surely die. Now, sidebar, you could use this for your message when you be teaching or when you be talking to them sisters. When that serpent told that woman, when that's when that serpent told that woman she shall not die, in her mind, her man was lying to her. And in her mind, she now gets to teach him and usurp authority over him. That's why I said you can use that. And that be the problem. Women thinking they can have authority over man and they cannot. And then the serpent told us something else that was good. He said, for God doth know that in the day that ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. All that woman heard was, you mean I'm going to be a god? Which is what these black women think they is. They think they God and they think they can tell men what to do. So now, as she eats that from the knowledge of good and evil that she wasn't supposed to, and then give it to her husband, my question to you, Was they punished for it? Yes or no?
Yes.
So why were they punished if they had free will?
They was punished because they made the wrong choice. They had the free will to make a choice to obey God, or they had the free will to make the choice to disobey God, to be disobedient. So it's very simple, right? Like with that story and how you interpreted it, the reason why Eve, the serpent couldn't get to Adam because Adam wasn't as susceptible as Eve. Eve was more susceptible to outside influences than Adam was. So the serpent influenced Eve, and then Eve influenced Adam. So the moral of the story was women are more susceptible to outside influences than men are, so they should pay very close attention.
This one we agree on.
They should pay very close attention to what they're being influenced by, the TV that they watch, the friends they hang around, and everything else. Men are very, very much more susceptible to women. So women are susceptible to outside influences, and men are susceptible to women. So Adam should not have listened to Eve, but he was very susceptible to that. He wasn't susceptible to the serpent, the outside influence, but he was susceptible to Eve. Now they've received consequences. They didn't
receive consequences. They was punished.
Yeah, well, that's the definition of consequences. If you do something that you're not supposed to be doing, if I create something, right? But forget about that analogy real quick. I have a question for you because there's many different ways that I can attack this, but I think where we are missing one another, or where you're missing me, I'm saying that free will is attached to choice. It is attached. You think that free will is only void of consequences. So this entire debate, that doesn't really make any sense. So let's just say, I guess we're just using different words to express what we mean. My definition of choice is the same definition of free will. Your definition of choice is my definition of free will, but it's not your definition of free will. You have a different definition of free will.
Well, what I'm saying is, historically, free will was created to help Christians understand evil.
Well,
you understand that, right?
Okay, I don't believe that. If that's the case,
I can read it again.
Okay, no, you don't have to read anything. We could just speak about this logically because as much reading as you've done, I've done as well. So let's just have a logical discussion. Why do we create systems of law and order and judge people on breaking the law when God made, if there's no free will, right? Why did we establish, let's say, not people that don't even read the Bible, people outside of the Bible and people inside the Bible, we all operate under the same system of, if you do X, Y, Z, then if we don't agree upon this, you will experience consequences. If you do X, Y, Z, and we do agree upon this, you won't receive any consequences. So there's always a reaction to any action that you do. That's just the world that we live in this physical world that we live in. For every action, there's a reaction. So what you're explaining about free will, that's life. Like, I agree with it. We have no disagreement on your.
I'm not explaining free will though.
You're explaining. I'm sorry. You're explaining choice. And how you explain choice and the consequences of choice. That's how I explain free will.
Right, but what I'm really explaining is that God does the good and the evil. And when the Christians couldn't say with strength that God is the one killing, God is the one punishing, God is the one giving disease, causing earthquakes, when Christians wouldn't just outright say it, I teach the truth.
Got it. But that's a contradiction to the first question that I asked. The first question that I asked is, God wants you not to do sin. You said yes, God does not want you to do sin. Then the next question I asked, does God make you sin? You said no.
I said no.
You just literally said God is the one that makes you do the good and the evil. God is in control of all of that.
No. I said God is the one that does the evil. God doesn't make us. In James 1.
So real quick, let me understand. So you're saying that God is the one that does the evil. So does humans do any evil
Okay,
if
so now
God does everything?
I'm gonna read this scripture, then I'm gonna explain exactly. I'm gonna read two scriptures. This is James.
But before you read it, because I'll let you go on and kind of do your style in the
No,
beginning.
you did. Right, right. You did.
Maybe can we just do my style, like the back and forth a little bit,
Okay, I'll
if you
paraphrase
don't
it then.
mind. If
Okay,
you don't
then
mind.
I won't read the scripture then. I'll just paraphrase where it's at. Fair enough. That way, I'm not reading the whole thing.
But what I'm saying is, I'm just like having a logical discussion and getting down to the thinking, like how you're thinking about things and how you're
Okay,
moving
I could talk
definitions of words
scriptures, then I'll
around.
talk scriptures. No sweat. So, God doesn't make us do evil or good. God sets the rules in front of us, and then if
Of
we of the
good and evil.
yeah, the good being keeping the commandments, the evil being not keeping the commandments.
Totally agree. So
Right.
morality is objective, and God is the holder of morality, the good and the evil.
I wouldn't say morality is objective. Morality is based on living by God. But the part that I want to separate, when I say God creates the evil,
That's another contradiction, but go ahead.
no, it's
Okay,
not.
explain it for me.
When I say God creates the evil, I'm not saying God creates the drug dealer. God creates the homosexual. What I'm saying the evil is when we dying, AIDS, high blood pressure, diabetes, murder, earthquakes, that's God's evil. The evil I'm talking about from God is his judgments. The evil from God is not somebody selling drugs. That man chose to disobey the commandments of God. The evil is not a man sleeping with another man's woman. That man chose it. God is just going to punish him. So
Okay,
the evil,
that's consequences. Consequences and judgment is the
the
same
same thing.
is the same thing. So
Right.
I mean, I don't have any problem with that part, but
So
if
then
you're
you
saying,
agree with me, no free
I
will.
don't agree with you. The part that is paradoxical, it's very paradoxical. I'm going to show you how. The part that's
Okay.
everything that I said in my opening statement, if anyone was listening, it's all falling on them like now. It's been falling on them. But the part that's very
it's ugly.
paradoxical is this. On one hand, you say that God creates good and evil. Human beings, so he creates the standard of good and evil, good and bad. Human beings chooses to act either good or bad, right? And then based off of their choice of choosing good or bad, that God judges. God judges for the good people, and then God places judgment on the bad people as well. Remember in my beginning opening, I'll actually read it real quick. I said, believing in God and the Bible, but not believing in free will is very nonsensical and paradoxical. This belief strips all accountability away from us. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is every time you want to speak about judgment and God and stuff like that, you are appealing to the Bible, which in my definition, that is free will. So truthfully, what I think is maybe we're having a definition problem. That's what I think the debate is about. So real quick, let me just explain, because you explained your definition of free will. Let me explain. You explain your definition of not having free will. Let me explain my definition of not having any free will then.
Okay.
So us not having any free will will look like the Matrix. It will look like, there's it's before Neo got unplugged. Everything was predetermined. It was hardly any of his choices or anything at all. Everything was predetermined, predestined already. Actually, even when you think about it, even when they got outside of the Matrix, the entire Matrix movie, Neo's path, even when he was unplugged, was still predetermined. So the Matrix movie sums it up all. We don't have any agency. We have not having any free will. It's like we have the idea and a belief that we have free will, but we don't actually have any free will. So we're basically robots thinking that, the zeros and the ones, we control the zeros and the ones. But in reality, the computer program everything with the processes in it of the zeros and the ones of every action and reaction we take.
Well, what you're talking about now is what some people would call predestination, which we're not predestined either. Even in that movie, The Matrix, by the time you get to the second and third one, everything Neo did was against programming. And he actually controlled the programmer by the end of it. By the end of it, he had went against everything and went and made a deal, and so he had a choice. He went against what you would call that, but even that's not free will.
No, because
And even
the oracle already knew it, but not only just knew it, she actually did things to alter his choice. So she actually did things to
but see how you
influence
still
his
saying
choice.
choice. You're not saying free will. Like even when I looked up free will when we was first having a conversation, the first
Well, my definition is free will is attached. Free will and choice is literally the same thing. So anytime I say choice, I'm saying free will.
No, I understand what you're saying, but when I look it up online, it says free will is the ability to make a choice and act independently without being controlled by external forces. That gets rid of free will in the Bible because there is an external force that controls our good and bad. God
Not
controls
the
our good
doings
and
of the
bad.
good and the bad. That's the part that we're speaking about.
We
So
are speaking about those parts, but even that, you're making a choice. But you go into that knowing that you cannot disobey or obey without consequence. And even consequence is judgment. Consequence
that's
is
free
judgment.
will. That's choice.
It's not free will.
Okay, I got you. So I'll do this.
Even by definition, no,
I,
real talk. Even by definition, when I read the definition, it says the ability to make a choice and act independently without being controlled by external forces. And we know that God is an external force outside of us that controls our good and bad. If we keep the commandments, we get good. If we break the commandments, we get evil. And God does the evil to us.
you missed a part of where we have. So you just read the definition, but let me add more context to
Okay.
everything. So yeah, that's external forces. Remember in the beginning, I said we have internal forces. Like
Mhm.
of that would be of what is it? Predetermination. But we also are determined. We have self-determination. So self-determination will be something that's internal. So we also have external forces that's influencing us, that's putting on, that's influence us for our choices to be predetermined to an extent. But then we are conscious beings and physical human beings, and we have this biological makeup, which we have the ability to self-determine even when it's external things around us. You get what I'm saying?
What do you
So,
mean by
for an example,
self-determined evil? What do you mean by
self-determination.
based,
Self-determination. That's what I'm talking. So it's
based on what?
predetermination. So real quick, I'll explain. There's predetermination, things that are predetermined. Then there's self-determination. Self-determination can supersede predetermination. What I'm saying is how self-determination supersedes it is if your will, your desire, your will, these desires that you have is stronger and it supersedes what is predetermined, you will make a choice. So let's just explain it for the audience. If a person is influenced, I'll say this, I'll bring up my own example. I was born in the hood, projects,
Right?
Section 8, Roy projects. You get what I'm saying? Ain't have much. All my brothers smoked, drank, and did stuff. Had a brother that did 20 years in prison. We all got the stories where we living in the
Right.
hood. It's
Right.
pretty crazy. And I was predetermined to cuss, but I never cussed. I was predetermined to smoke weed and sell weed, but I never did it. I was predetermined to do many things from my circumstances and where I was born and all the influences that tried to penetrate me, but I wasn't susceptible to it. My desire to act in a way of my own self-determination superseded all of the influences. This explains and proves that we do have free will, that nothing is actually fate or predetermined, because we can our self-determination can supersede any external forces.
So if you take what you just said, right?
Sure.
You didn't have free will. You looked at, well, the first thing I want to say is that predetermination wasn't by God. That predetermination was by your upbringing from family. Like you said, we all grew up like that. My father was a heroin addict, grew up in the gangs, not gangs, but grew up
Well, no
with
one's saying that it wasn't about
no
God.
gangs.
Like that
No,
wasn't about
no, what I'm
God.
saying,
Yeah.
no, your predetermination wasn't by God. It was what you grew up in. Your family grew up like that, like all of our families did. And so now it's like Do you succumb to what your family is doing, or do you make a conscious choice to do the
Free will,
opposite?
and
You
that's my definition of free will. So
I,
think about
under, so
you
what
read
you're
when you
wait,
read the definition
right,
off of the thing,
right,
right?
right.
It was external forces. If your internal forces supersedes these external forces, guess what? You have free will.
But you see how you mentioned how your brother did. You see how you mentioned how
Yeah, go ahead.
your brother did 20 years, right?
Yeah,
If you
total.
would have
It's a
came
long
out,
time.
okay, so if you would have came out and did the same thing as your brothers or as your family, God would have put evil on you, and you'd be in jail too. You would
That's
be.
that's consequences.
That's consequences and judgment is the same thing. What I'm saying is that you want to superimpose your definition of free will when free will has a history, has a biblical history, it has a Greek
Wait, I
history.
thought you said that it doesn't have a biblical history.
What I mean, biblical is probably the wrong word. It has a Christian history. So
Well,
free
what
will,
Christianity is in the New Testament. That came about in the New Testament. So what
well, Christianity didn't come out in the New Testament. The term Christian is in the New Testament.
is in the new? Yeah, the term.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
The
saying. It's
term,
in the New Testament. So
but
no.
Christianity is not. Christianity is not in the New Testament. The term Christian, which just means follower of Christ, is in there. And
Yeah,
so
that's what I
right,
mean.
I
Yeah.
know. So Augustine, who was a Christian, developed free will to answer the question of why is all this evil happening. So your lifestyle, your life that you grew up in, you made a conscious choice, like you said.
Yeah, but that
But
isn't.
it
You're saying
wasn't.
that
It
someone
was
developed something without anyone developing anything in a concept. We all have lived experiences. So prior
I
to these,
agree. But
so
what you knew, I just want, I
okay,
just
go ahead.
want
You
to
can
say this
finish.
part.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So now, but I do agree. You make a choice, and you knew the evil that came with the choice of following in your family's footsteps, and the good that will come in not following in your family's footsteps. So that
That's
was
free
not
will.
free will. That's not free will. That's
You don't
just
think
a
that it's not free
conscious.
will?
No, that's a choice.
Okay.
Like you
So
can't
once
create your
again,
own definition of free
no, no,
will.
no, no. I'm not creating my own
You
definition
just
of free will. No
no,
one
when
did.
I read the definition, you go against the definition.
No, no, no one went against the definition of free will. I'll actually bring it up and read it to you.
Okay.
Free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. So you make choices without. This was I don't even think you even reading it right. Or you
I'm
even
reading it
understanding.
perfectly.
Okay, I mean you read it verbally. I'm gonna read it verbally too. And let's walk through it slowly because
I
you're
thought it
missing
said
something.
external forces. Oh,
Listen,
you said outside. I'm
listen,
sorry.
free will is the ability to make a choice without being compelled by outside forces. That is exactly what I explained. I explained by I wasn't compelled by outside forces, meaning that there were outside forces around in my neighborhood, my family, and everything else. But I wasn't compelled to make a choice based off of that. I was compelled to make a choice based off of something else. You just proved that you actually believe in free will. Booyah! What the heck?
Actually, when you look at that definition,
No,
remember
bro.
the subject of this debate is, does God give us free will?
Yes.
We agree with that subject, right?
Yeah, but real quick,
Wait, wait, wait.
can you concede that
I'm coming right to
what
the
I
definition
said?
of what you
I know,
just
but can
read.
you concede to what I said and how I explained from the example that I gave actually means free will?
No,
proved free
I
will.
cannot. I'm gonna show you why.
Okay, go ahead.
So because what you're giving, remember, I said earlier when you was talking about the evil, you was talking about evil that humans do. Well, when I was saying God does the evil, I'm talking about the evil that God does. And so there's a difference. So the definition says without being controlled by external forces. God is an external force. Agree? Yes or no?
No, the definition says free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. Compelled is influenced.
Compelled and controlled, I would say, is the same thing.
Okay,
But
let's just go.
but
I'll grant it and say it's the same thing for
right.
sure. Go ahead.
So is God an external force? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, then you can't apply free will to him then, because when this definition says you're
Wait,
not,
no one said that. We're saying that God gave us free will. We're not.
no,
What are
no,
you?
you're saying that God gave us free will,
The
but the
wait,
definition
real quick.
says
You're
you're not.
switching things up real quick.
I'm
The
not.
the topic
It's
of the
gonna hurt.
discussion. No,
It's gonna
no,
hurt.
no. This is gonna hurt. The topic
Right.
of the discussion is: does God give us free will?
Right.
So does God give us free will?
And God didn't
literally, God gave us the free will to literally make choices outside
No,
of the
no,
things
he
that
did not.
compel us.
Because if God says I'ma kill you,
Wait,
that
what?
is not a choice.
Wait, you mean to tell me that let's
You
just
know
bring
an
it back real
example of
quick.
control. You know an example of
No,
control. Is when
Yeah.
God-
Let's bring it back real quick and speak about
Yeah.
what we were speaking. Don't move the goalpost. Let's stay right here. Don't run. Stay right here.
Did you say don't run?
real quick, stop real quick.
No problem. No problem.
You just said free will. We read it off the definition on Google. Free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. There
my
are
definition says
people that they are influenced by God and they still disobey God. Nigga, what do you mean? The sinners, they are literally they're compelled by God. God is Adam and Eve, don't bite the apple from that tree. That's an outside force compelling them not to do it. And guess what? They still did it. Booyah. That's the definition of free will inside your own Bible, bro. I'm trying to tell you. You get obliterated right now.
You can always tell when a brother get hot. I've been a brother this whole time. Now I'm a nigga. I think it's funny. I just want to point that out.
Guy, man,
This
like our third debate. We've been going back and forth. Nigga this, nigga that.
No, I'm just making. I don't mind it. So, what I'm gonna say is, when it says compelled by outside forces, even if you use that, the serpent is trying to counter what God said. God is the outside force telling Adam and Eve, you eat all of these trees, you live. You break this, you die. And when they broke what he said, that same outside force brought evil on them and judged them and punished them. So it was not the definition of free will, because
that is the definition of free will. The definition of
free will is the ability to make choices independently. The choice that
who said independently?
When God gave them that choice, when they was given that choice, was that choice from an external source or an internal source? When God told Adam and Eve, was that external or internal?
It's external. If it's not self-determined,
if it's external, then they're not making that choice independently.
Okay,
they're making that choice because God said so.
Okay. Why did they disobey God?
We'll get to that in a second. I just want to hammer this point on because it's getting rough on you. It's getting rough.
No, it's getting rough on you, my dog. It's getting rough on you. I'm gonna do a poll too.
Yeah, do a poll.
This isn't looking good for you. Go ahead. I'll let you land your plane.
Definitely. In Deuteronomy 30:16, when God says, I've set before thee life and death, that is an external force giving instructions to us. That is not something that we're doing independently. Before God gave them instructions, we was doing whatever we want. And then here comes an external force that comes to us and gives us instructions on to be good or be bad. And that same external force is controlling the external choice that he gave us. So you can't say that this external force is coming and that's free will. You can't, because external makes it outside of your own independence.
Okay, got it. So so what you're doing here, you're conflating before the fall and then after the fall. So before the fall of man, there wasn't any death. Once man chose to bite that apple, then, you actually die. You're going to die from, causes of that's not your own, or you're going to die of just your regular body because you age and you get older and you die. So when we're speaking about the free will and everything on how you just tried to move the goalposts and shift well, really you didn't. It's still proven my point that we do have free will. You're just attaching consequences on free will. which there's no
No.
there's no action without a reaction in this world that God created. So every action will have a reaction. So if you act this way, it's either going to be a good reaction or a bad reaction. You get what I'm saying? Therefore, you have a choice. You have the free will to make a choice to get a good action or to get a bad action. Me and you both agreed that God is, well, you disagree with objective morality, but we both agreed that God puts the standard for good and bad. God created the standard for good and bad.
No, I didn't object to that.
Oh, but
I objected that God makes us sin. God doesn't make us sin. That's what I said no to.
Okay, totally fine. But the point that I'm making is, in your framework, in your belief, you're saying one thing, but then you're meaning another, which it's paradoxical and it's not really making any sense. But anyways, forget about all of that. I don't got to stay back.
I just want to say one more thing
real quick. I got a question for you.
Before you do the question, I just want to respond again on this definition. I just want to give
Wait, what definition? Free will?
We did on free will, yes. I want everybody to just remember, free will is something that you do independently. If it comes from an external source,
no, free will. Free will.
I don't know why you interrupted me, nigga. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm just trying to say.
Okay, bro, go ahead. Yeah,
there you go. Free will, by definition, is the ability to make choices and act independently. That's what the definition says. So it's not an independent source that's telling us what to do. It's an external source. It's God that's telling us what to do. So by the definition of the word free will, God took away your free will. God took away your freedom. You do not have the freedom to disobey God. You don't.
Wait, what?
You do not have the freedom to disobey God. You will be punished. Listen, when I go,
all the sinners. Listen, you going. For every action, there's a reaction. That's the consequences of
who's causing the punishment. Who's causing the punishment?
That's the consequences of the human existence, my friend.
Who's causing the punishment? Who's doing the punishment?
The person that chose to do the wrong thing will get punished.
No. Who's doing the punishment?
It doesn't matter about who's doing the punishment.
God is doing the punishing.
Okay. That strips all accountability away from the person. What that doesn't even make any sense. That does. Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. Mm-hmm. You just said out of one side of your mouth, well, if you are a sinner and if you do not obey God, right? Mm-hmm. If you don't obey God,
right,
you will feel consequences, right?
Yes.
If you do obey God, you will not feel those bad consequences. You will feel good consequences, right?
Yes.
Okay. With that means that someone, let's go to the definition real quick and bring it up. Free will is the ability to make a choice without being compelled by outside influences. There are people that don't believe in God, atheist people that don't believe in God, and they make the right choice, and they're not compelled to make a choice on God. Oh, I don't believe in they always said, I don't believe in a sky daddy. I don't believe in divine, all of this type of stuff, but I'm still going to do good.
No, because the scriptures say, what if some did not believe? Shall that unbelief make the word of God none effect? God forbid. So even an atheist not believing still gonna get punished by God.
If what I'm saying, bro, that don't even make sense to what you're saying. If someone that doesn't believe in God, listen, we're speaking about free will. You're moving a goalpost. If someone that they're not, you're saying that, well, God is the outside force. That's what you keep saying. If someone is not compelled by that outside force and they still choose to do good, guess what? That's free will. If they choose to do bad, that's still free will. There's people that murder and do crazy bad things and they believe in God. There's people that murder and do crazy bad things and they don't believe in God, and vice versa. They do good that they don't believe in God, and some that do believe in God, they do good. So What
And the
I'm
reason-
saying here,
Good, I'm
the
listening.
part that you can't get out of, my friend, real quick, let's just explain it for the audience, is you can't get out of the definition of free will. It's
I
paradoxical.
broke it down.
It's
I
you
killed you on
didn't.
it.
No, you didn't. You didn't kill me at all on it. You are
killed you
losing
on it.
to it. Free will.
I
I keep.
killed you on it.
How can I? It's very simple.
Right.
I can demonstrate free will. But you're having problems to demonstrate that there isn't any free will. The onus is on you to demonstrate how there isn't any free will by reading this definition. But you
No
cannot.
problem. I'm
But
giving
I
the
can.
answer.
Real quick, stop
Wait.
it. For the audience, let me speak. For the
No problem.
audience,
Go ahead.
if everyone's listening, I can demonstrate how there is free will. My friend over here cannot demonstrate how there isn't any free will. This entire conversation is proving free will by definition. But
So-
for him, he can't prove that we don't have free will by definition. He can't even prove it biblically that we don't have free will, because every scripture in the Bible appeals to this definition of free will. I'll say it again for the audience. For the audience that's back there listening. Every scripture that he reads appeals to this definition of free will, which explains in the Bible we have free will. Why would God judge you on sinning if you can't act outside of not sinning? I'll say it again.
You asked me a question.
No, I'm just speaking to the audience too,
gotcha.
so they can understand where this conversation is going. How can God say, "Hey, I don't want you to sin. I don't want you to sin at all, but then I'm going to judge you on sinning"? That's totally fine. That's totally fine. That means he's making that judgment. But every time he appeals to this definition of free will, it includes it into every scripture, meaning that God always wants you to obey him. He always wants you to obey him regardless of the things that appeal you. If it's internal flesh food desires that's appealing you to disobey him, if it's external flesh food desires that's appealing you to disobey him, he still wants you to obey him. Good things will happen. If you don't obey him, bad things are happening. So everything still appeals to the definition of free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces.
When you compel somebody about death, that's not a choice.
Wait, what? How isn't that a choice? If you got a gun to your head, if a gunman comes up.
Wait, I said it wrong.
Okay, you're about to get smacked on that one.
When you compel somebody to death, that's not free will. There's nothing that you said tonight that exemplifies free will. And then you said,
so let me ask you a question. If someone has a gun to your head, real quick, let's just stop it here. Let's do it point by point. If someone has a gun to your head, and they say, "Hey, give me all of your money, or I'm going to kill you."
Right.
So you're saying that you have no choice but to just give them all of your money.
Have a choice. No, I did not say.
Okay, so what do you have?
You don't have the freedom.
You don't have the freedom.
You don't have the freedom to say no to him.
To death. You don't have the freedom to say no to him?
No, because if you say no, you die. If it's free, remember the definition you said. The definition everywhere.
Your thinking is limited. If someone has a gun to my head, I'm gonna act. I could do a multitude of things. I could fight the man to defend myself by saying no. I could physically say no and leave it all up to him, for him to make the choice to kill me or not. Or I could defend. I could defend or I could stay complacent and not choose anything.
Is that an external source?
What?
That's compelling your decision.
If someone has a gun to your head.
Let me ask the question again.
Okay, go ahead. Ask the question.
Is that an external source that's compelling your decision? Yes or no?
The gun to my head.
Is that an external source? Yes or no? That's compelling your decision? Yes or no?
Only if I appeal to it. Yeah.
Then that's not free will, because the definition of free will is what you do independently.
If there's something external, if I appeal to it, you just got obliterated here. If I don't appeal to it, it's free will.
Oh my God!
Bro,
Listen,
What's going on with you? Listen.
Listen, wait, hold on,
I
nigga.
don't. You have a choice to not appeal to it.
We're not talking about choice right now.
We're talking about free will, and that is choice.
We're talking about free will and the definition of free will.
Explain to me the definition of free will without choice.
The definition of free will said what you do independently of something external.
That is choice.
Wait. The example that you gave.
I'll let you speak. Go ahead.
Don't sweat. The example that you gave is an external source that's controlling what decision you make. I don't know how you think I'm getting cooked.
No, I'm actually just educate you now because it ain't even. Forget me doing the punchlines and going back and forth.
I just want to respond to something that you said earlier. You said that I have not demonstrated.
No. Let's not move the goalposts. Let's keep it here.
Ain't gonna take no more 10 seconds.
Okay, because we're still talking about the gunman.
Right. I did give examples of the evil when I brought out how the homosexuals die. If I was to go with the children of Israel, our punishment is the Lord's evil. So now with the gunman, I just want to put that on record. So now with the gunman.
Okay.
That's it. So let's say you and I, we chilling, we hanging out, we out at the studio, we come outside. A robber comes. 2 robbers come because it's 2 of us. They put a gun to both of our head and tell us we got to give up this fly ass chain I got. You got to give up your fly things. Mm-hmm. Now, we have a choice.
We have to give it up.
No. We don't have to. But we know if we don't give it up, there's a consequence that comes with it.
Have to give it up or death.
Right. But that's not free will because Cooley is not doing nothing and neither is Tazaryach doing anything of their own free will. Tazaryach and Cooley is not independently giving my chain up. Cooley is not independently giving his stuff up. We are externally making a choice based on what an outside source is trying to influence us to do. That's how you know it's not free will based on the definition.
Okay, here we go. Now let's just refute this all. This is gonna be easily refuted.
You have been body bagged by Captain Tazaryach.
This guy got a sound effect. Come on, man. Why your sound effect that long, bro? Yo, it's funny because this gonna be defeated so easily. Mm-hmm. And I'ma just look in the camera for this one. So, chat, listen to his example of how he tried to explain that we do not have free will. And by definition, well, I'm going to look at the computer too, because since I'm got to read the definition back and forth. Right. By using free will. Free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. He says that the gunman, we in the studio, and we all walk outside, and the gunman points a gun to us, to our heads, and he says, give me everything you got or you will die. So he says that, well, the gunman is the outside force. And the gunman is compelling us to make the choice of giving him the money, giving our money to him. But guess what, Chad? It's very simple. Because you do not have to give the gunman your money at all. You can fight back. So I'll say this. Someone's free will, real quick, someone's free will can definitely compel someone else's free will as far as it's the strongest survive. So if he points a gun to my head and makes a statement, and I could be like, no, nigga, and pull out a gun and blast him myself or defend myself. So it's force against force. You get what I'm saying? So if the outside force is stronger than the force that you can push back on his force, then guess what? That is you making a choice without being compelled by his outside force. I'll repeat again, his outside force of the gunman. You actually have many choices in this situation because once again, the definition of free will is without choice. But in this scenario, you have choice. You have choice. You have choice to defend yourself. You have choice to not do nothing at all. So you don't even got to give the money to the guy. You don't have to give anything to him. So within this, let's see how many choices we have. We have the one choice to submit to the gunman and give him everything we have. We have another choice to not do anything and just stand there and look at the nigga like, yeah, nigga, whatever. You have another choice to defend yourself and fight back. You have another choice to run away. So within this just defeated everything he just said. He thought he was spitting, but he wasn't spitting. You just literally explained free will. You literally explained it.
Can I respond now? Thank you.
This is the body bag session.
I actually have a question for you. Because remember, you wanted to reply back to and you brought up the scenario, but I have a question for you because I've been defending free will. No. And actually, guess what?
We've both been going back and forth.
No, guess what? You actually you've been defending free will too, and you don't even know it. You've actually been on my side defending free will.
I guarantee if you put a poll,
scriptures in the Bible defended free will. Everything you've been saying been defending free will. That's what I'm trying to do. Even when you appeal to the Bible, you're appealing to free will. So real quick, here's a question for you, bro. Before I let you go. You know what I mean? So you have to defend free will, actually. You have to defend the opposite of this definition. Free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled outside of forces. Without being compelled by outside forces. So that means that you have to defend a situation where, because that gun story you made, you totally bad on that.
You got the gun.
Bring up some example, or give some type of analogy where you can defend free will, where you cannot make any choices outside forces. Give me an example explain to me how you can't make a choice outside of outside forces. Go ahead.
Wait. I don't want to answer yet. When you say, give an example, and I can make a choice without outside forces. I don't know what you...
Real quick, I'll just say it again. Free will is...
Explain it in a different...
I'll explain it in a different way. Free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. Okay. So give me an example where free will... give me an example to claim that we don't have free will where you cannot, right? You cannot make choices outside. You cannot make choices compelled by outside forces. All the examples that I gave and how I defended free will, I gave examples and explained how we can make choices without being compelled by outside. But I need you to explain how we can't.
So I'm gonna give an example before I answer, just to see if we talk about the same thing.
We talk about the definition.
No, I want to give this example to see if it's what we talk about. If I got up right now, like right now, my office is in the back where I make my butters. I have the free will after this live stream to get up and go make them butters, or I could not. And then there's no outside force that controls that. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Say that one more time for me.
No problem. So my business is right on the other side of my house, right? Yeah. So after this live stream is over, I can get up freely and go make those butters that I have to make for my business, or I could choose not to, and there's no outside force that controls that. Is that what you're asking me?
No. I'm not asking you that because it has to be something that compels you to. So meaning that, so I'll say it this way. Let's say if let's use the same as you have the ability to walk over and get some coffee. That's what you said, right?
I said make some butters.
Oh, make some butter. This nigga said butter.
No, wait. Hold on. You see this shit right now?
You be making butter? All right, fair enough, nigga. All right, my bad.
Wait, this is a little promo. So I sell. Wait. Let me promo so they don't know what I'm talking about.
This nigga.
Let me do my promo, man. So if you go to cargas.com, I sell body butters right there.
Oh, it's body butter.
Yeah, body butter. So use the body butter, put it on your body, lotion.
Like cream and stuff.
Yeah. I make
that's dope, man. Shout out to you.
I make sprays. I make beard oil. Listen, I got some hair crack. I ain't got none with me, but I got some hair crack that'll have your hair growing right, beard shining, the whole
yeah.
I
see how you trying to obfuscate off of defending.
Nah, you try to make fun of my butters. I want people to know what the butters is. That's
this guy. All right, man. This is what I mean, right?
Go ahead.
So using your example of you can walk down to the office to get free make the butter, or you can choose not to. That isn't an example of free will. Free will is if someone if you were influenced. It was an outside force that was compelling you, right? Compelling you.
Wait, you said that's not an example of free will? There's no consequence. There's no outside force controlling you. That is free will.
That isn't an example of the definition of free will. What we're
free will
reading.
says
That
to
you
do
have to be
anything
compelled.
independently without being compelled from an outside force. So I'm not compelled by an outside force. I'm independently can end this live stream when we get done and independently go make them butters or not make them butters. That is free will. I just answered.
Yeah. But I get you. Yeah, that's what I'm. That's not. That's not the question that I'm asking you. Because remember, we're trying to clarify what I was asking you.
Right, exactly.
Yes, that is free will because you are free to do what you want in that situation.
You know what I'm going to tell you? Wait, before you go, I just want to say one thing. When you brought up them butters, though, you as an outside force took away my free will and compelled me to promote them butters. So now that's an example of your outside ass coming in telling me, making me promote the butters. You influenced and took away my free will.
So I took away your free will. But the question is, you could have chose not to do it.
Right. I could have chose not to do it.
There we go.
Right, but that's not. But
so that's the perfect. What I'm saying is that's the perfect example. Let me finish real quick so I can speak because I let you go because to make it so you can understand where I'm coming from because I think that you're viewing things incorrectly here or we're just viewing it differently. So yeah, what you said was if you could go walk down to your office and you can get some butter, or you could choose not to do it. You having the ability to choose or not to choose, that's free will. Yeah, that is free will. But then the other thing is like the example you just used, you just said, well, Cooley, you actually compelled me. You are the one that compelled, you are an outside force that compelled me to actually promote my butter. What you did was that wasn't part of the scenario. I didn't compel you to actually go and make the butter. So let's not confuse the audience. That wasn't happening. You talking about you went to promoting the butter. No, that wasn't the same example. You chose to promote it.
You compelled me to do something.
Actually, if we're being clear here, you actually operated them free will because within this, I could have compelled you to do exactly what you said, which to get up and go over there and make the butter. But instead, you wasn't compelled. You chose this to promote the butter. So you did the opposite of what you just said. Booyah! You have free will. You actually just proven there with your own example that you have free will.
Well, I never said so. I when I first started that scenario, I said that's an example.
Bro.
No, I'm cooking session. Because I'm the one that said it was free will from the butter. You can't make it as good as me. Yours ain't gonna be as good as mine.
Look, I don't think we got free will, nigga. Actually, I agree with you because I'm about to make some butter. Look, you just tell me. No, I'm playing with you.
Nah, no sweat. But when I first gave the example, I gave a clean example of free will because that was my independent thought. It was no outside influence that altered or did anything to me. When I said you was an outside influence, free will, the external source is not about doing or not doing what you set out to do. It's about an external force
compelling you to do something what you already had was sought out to do.
No. That's not what the definition says. The definition doesn't say that.
The definition does say an outside.
It doesn't say compelling you to do what you was gonna do. It just says independently without being controlled by external forces.
Yeah. So with that being
said, that new concept, you control that I grab my butter.
No, that wasn't a new concept.
That was a new concept because even you tried to say
no. Listen, you already have your butter there because this was a plan. What are you talking about? You got your butter right next to you because you're like, you know what? I'm selling the butters, the oils. You got everything.
This is my championship belt right here. I put this in.
So let's get back to the debate. Let's get back.
This is about the debate. This is my belt because I'm winning.
You taking many L's.
Belt right there.
You taking many L's. And look, before we do this, actually, because I got a lot of questions for you to catch you in many contradictions. You already been contradicting yourself, but fair enough. Before we do that, everybody on Facebook, come on over to YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and close down a Facebook stream now. I was supposed to close it out like 45 minutes ago. But come on over to YouTube right now. We are live, No Fugazee podcast. Homie been getting cooked all night long. And we're going to continue to keep on cooking. Keep on cooking. 1 second here. Let me close this out.
Okay.
All right, cool. So went ahead and closed that out. Now, everyone that's currently in here, I need you to do something. Don't be a ninja watcher. I need you to do one thing for me and get the likes up, subscribe to the YouTube channel, click that bell icon too. We pushing out some good content for y'all, man.
Definitely. I think I'm gonna end my face.
Do that for me now. We got a lot of people in here. Do that for me now. Okay, cool. So we still speaking about free will. Now, I'm just going to sum it up real quick in regards to that last conversation to what we just had and clarify a few things when we were speaking about free will and you gave that example. And then I have some questions for you. You can ask me any questions too. Only got like two questions for you though. Really.
Okay, no problem.
So in regards to the situation about him going to get the butter, what he tried to do was very, very nice, but it just didn't work. He spoke about the butter, and then he spoke about going to get the butter. He explained, yeah, I could go and get the butter, or I could not get the butter. That's free will. That's totally fine. I said, yeah, that would be you having the ability to make the choice to do something or to not to do something. Free will. So even he, remember, during this podcast, he was trying to separate free will and choice. But currently now he can't even separate free will from choice. He's always still attaching choice to free will. Always attaching choice to free will. I told you, it's paradoxical for him to do it. You can't do it. In his worldview. Now, if I was debating an atheist, let me bring you back up here, my bad. If I was debating an atheist, that would be something totally different. Well, guess what? Their beliefs is they don't get their epistemology from biblical scriptures. They don't get their knowledge from biblical scriptures. But he does get his knowledge from biblical scriptures. And biblical scriptures has a moral backing of good and bad and consequences for the good and bad. So this entire principle that the biblical scripture operates under is free will, meaning that, well, why would God judge you if you don't have free will? Well, I'm not going to judge you. Nothing evil is going to happen. You don't have any free will. You get what I'm saying? Like you're actually being compelled by outside influences, and you can't reject it. You can't reject the outside influences. You're always being compelled, and everything that you're being compelled on the outside influences, you have no control over it. Zero control. We just explained it here with many examples. He is even proving my point that within the examples, even when you're compelled by outside forces, you actually can choose not to do what you're compelled by. With the gun analogy, with the walking to the butter analogy, with all of it. So here's a question for you. I just wanted to sum that up. Okay. So a question for you real quick. So if we do not have free will, and which is the ability to make choice, which you conceded to because that's how you've been operating under that framework the entire time, where do we get meaning from?
What type of meaning? The meaning of life?
Meaning of anything, like, you know, the meaning of love, the meaning of like why go to work? Like some people go to work for meaning. So like we have a whole value system. So where do we get meaning from, and why did we create a value system where we value things based off of it being lower value or higher value, or good or bad, and all of these things we derive meaning from?
Well, we didn't derive anything because in this life, thank you. Because in this life, gays can get married, men can change their sex, women can change their sex. Just today, there was an article came out where they denied Frederick Douglass from being celebrated, even though he was celebrated every year since his death. But meanwhile, they have a President's Day. So our meaning
You don't think some people get meaning from that? You don't think
meaning from what, Frederick Douglass?
Meaning from all of the things you said, including Frederick Douglass, including the gays and all of that? You don't think they get any meaning from things?
No, they could get meaning from that, but this is about God. God hates them gays. God hates Frederick Douglass not getting the honor that the white man gets as they have President's Day. God hates that. So when you talk about the meaning, if we're talking about God, this is Ecclesiastes 13 rather. It says, let us hear the conclusion of the matter. Fear God. It don't say love him. It says, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
Okay, real quick, my thing is, I'm saying that people do get meaning out of doing degenerate things. You would have to disprove that. People get meaning out of, being homosexual. People get meaning out of flesh food desires all the time, man. Like, what do you think that's enticing them to dive into those desires? Yes, it's hedonism. That's what it is, but they do get meaning out of it. If they didn't get any meaning out of it, which is pleasure and stuff, then they wouldn't actually do it. So void of free will, my question is, which I'm just having a hard time answering, my question is, void of free will. If we don't have any free will, where do we get meaning from? And why do we have these value systems which even give us meaning?
The reason why, I answered the question. We get our meaning from our obedience to God.
No, but there's people that don't obey God and they still get meaning out of their flesh food desires.
And they die.
Totally fine. They still got meaning out of it.
Listen. Now, what you're fighting me on right now is that we have to obey God, because I'm not
fighting you on that.
So the meaning of life. So the meaning of life is to obey God. That's the meaning. What you're bringing up
Some people's meaning is not to obey God, though.
I'm about to address that.
Okay,
so
address that.
Right. So you bring up that there's some people that don't obey God, and so they get meaning by doing the things that they do for themselves, and God kills them.
Romans, they feel consequences. God kills people that even do their meaning.
Let me finish answering. Romans 3.
There's people that get killed in storms. There's people that get killed by Mother Nature that does God's meaning.
That's not Mother Nature. That is not Mother Nature. That's God.
God's meaning. People die all the time when they don't do God's meaning.
You got to give it credit to who it belongs to. Romans 3 says, "For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect?" You know what the faith of God without effect is? That he's still going to punish you even if you don't believe in him. Even if you don't believe in him, there's still floods coming, hurricanes coming.
That's just moving the goalpost off the topic what we're speaking about.
No, it's not. Because you said, what's the meaning? You said, what's the meaning? I said, fear God, keep the commandments. You said, what about those that don't fear God? Yeah. So now I'm answering your question. Even if they don't believe in God and think that they're getting in meaning, they're gonna die. God's gonna punish them. Even if the Bible says that Christ has the keys to hell and death. So Christ is the one that gives you hell or give you death.
Yeah, that's totally fine. No one. That's not the argument.
What I'm saying is, if they decide.
Listen, I already know that. I think you're misinterpreting my question. Like, you're not actually giving me an answer. So
I am giving you an answer.
No, that isn't the answer. Like, these are things that, that's fine. These are things that proves free will. I want you to disprove free will. It does prove free will, because if you do X, Y, Z and don't obey God, you're going to get consequences. If you do X, Y, Z and do obey God, you still get consequences. So there's still consequences attached to any action you make. The argument is in consequences. We know that there's good consequences and there's bad consequences. The point that I'm making is that someone is still free to make their choice, and they're going to feel either bad things or good things. Then there's people that actually live a normal, great life and they obey God and they still feel bad consequences. So think about babies and stuff.
Then. Right, they're not obeying God.
That doesn't make any sense. You think about babies that come out with disabilities.
God killed them babies. God punished them babies.
Okay, that is That is totally
That's in the
fine.
Bible.
That's the point. Though, the point that
God
I'm
said
making,
that he visit. One second.
the point
God
that I'm
said that
making
he
is
visits
it's
the
still
iniquities.
consequences for things.
God said that he visited the iniquities of the fathers to the third and fourth generation.
Yeah,
So
bro.
when we
Okay,
see
answer
those
the
things
question. I'll just
happening,
repeat it back real quick because you're moving the goalpost so much.
I'm answering the question.
If you don't have free will, and guess what? You couldn't demonstrate how you don't have free will without having
I
choice.
did.
So which
I
means
did.
that free will includes choice. Demonstrate it then.
No.
You
I
never
did.
demonstrated it.
I'm demonstrating it. The question that you're asking
No,
me.
time out real quick. Don't even answer the question. Then let's go back to you demonstrating how we don't how free will isn't tied to choice.
I'm
Go ahead.
responding to you. The definition of free will requires it to not be an external source that's controlling your free decision. The question that you're asking comes from an external source that's controlling your
No,
decision.
no one says require. You're
asking me. You're
making the definition incorrect. No one says require. Requirement is not even a requirement
God
in
an
anything.
external source?
Stop it. There's no requirement in the definition of free will. Stop it. There's no requirement.
Is God an external source?
Stop it. There's no requirement of.
Is God an external source?
You didn't answer any of my questions, and I'm questioning you. You're saying is God an external force? No. Don't move the goalpost. Let's go back to what we're speaking about. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Okay, so I'll answer without asking your question. I'll answer without asking your question.
No. Let me ask the question again because I don't think you even know it. You're like moving off. It's very simple. The first question, I'm going to say it again, but I don't want you to answer it. I want you to answer the second question. But the first question is, if we don't have free will, where do we get meaning from? Then I'm telling you, you have not explained or demonstrated how free will is not attached to choice. You have not demonstrated or explained how free will is not attached to choice. Everything that you do is demonstrating how free will appeals to choice. It is attached to choice. So I want you now, before you even answer the main question, demonstrate how free will isn't attached to choice.
I never said that free will is not attached to choice.
Oh man, yeah, you did. Now we got to rewind the tape back, bro.
No, I just want to finish. Like, if I could speak uninterrupted, I just let you ramble like
bro,
that.
Listen, so man, you lying, man.
What I said was the subject is, does God give us free will? I even gave an example of how I can freely make a choice of making my butters or not. But if God said, don't be a homosexual, God is not telling you to be a homosexual. God did not create homosexuals, but God is going to destroy homosexuals.
That's just consequence. You're still not explaining.
You asked about the meaning. The answer that I gave was from God because the subject is about God. The debate is about God. So I gave two sides of the coin. The first thing I said was, God said to fear him and keep the commandments. That's the whole duty of life. So according to God, that's our meaning. That's our purpose. And then you said, what about people that don't believe in God and get a meaning of life of being a homosexual, living like this, living many different ways that don't believe God? I answered you directly by saying the Bible says, what if some don't believe? Shall that make the faith of God none effect?
You're appealing to consequences.
Let me answer.
Bro, you're appealing to consequence. That isn't the question. The question isn't consequences. The question is, void of free will, where do you get meaning from?
You're interrupting in the answer. Because for me, if you live outside of God, if we're talking about God and you live outside of God, there is no meaning of life outside of God. And for somebody that lives outside of God, verse 5 says, if our unrighteousness commends the righteousness of God, God gonna punish you even if you don't believe in him. So the only choice we have is to fear God, live according to him. That is the purpose of mankind.
Totally fine. Now explain to me, totally fine. Explain to me, and please demonstrate it, how someone that disobeys God does not get meaning out of them disobeying God. The statement would be, I'll go ahead and answer. Why would they even disobey God if they didn't get any meaning out of disobeying God? They do get meaning out of it. Listen, bro, you cannot. Here's what's happening here, real quick. You cannot explain free will. And that we don't.
The reason why you switching to meaning is because I've explained free will. I answered the question.
No,
I answered it on both sides. I answered.
So let me just explain what's happening here.
We're going a second.
Let me explain the confusion.
No. You do all the explaining. I answered the meaning of life, and then I answered those that don't believe in that meaning of life.
But you're making an assertion that they don't. You're making an assertion that they do not get any meaning.
God said Amos 3. God said in Amos. Well, I was talking. You interrupted me. I was the one talking.
Cap, I think what's happening here, real quick, Cap.
Wait, no, but you're trying to stop me. I'm talking. You gotta let me.
I got it real quick. I do understand what's happening here. You're switching the meanings of words and stuff like that.
You gotta let me finish though. Amos 3 and 6. God said, "Shall they be evil in a city, and God have not done it?" So when you see the punishment,
got it. Land your plane. Make it concise, man.
If you stop interrupting me, I could have landed it.
I mean, I'll let you rock.
God said in Amos 3, no, you have not. In Amos 3 and 6, God said, "Shall there be evil in a city, and God have not done it?" So when you see the judgment in these cities, and you see the punishments in these cities,
that's
God
consequences.
did it. So even those that want to live a life of a drug dealer, go to jail, become drug addicts, get strung out, and then generationally that happens to us because we're seeking our purpose of life. Whereas you are an example of seeing your family living their purpose of life, and you chose to live the opposite purpose of life.
That proves free will.
That is not free will.
Everything
because
that
if you would have went down that same road, the same things would have happened to you. Just like if I went down the same road of my father, the same thing would have happened to me.
I made a choice. Once again, you just admitted here. You just admitted we can't. You just lost the debate, bro. You just admitted. That's what I wanted you to do, real quick. I'll let you get it out. You've already admitted that you cannot detach free will from choice. You just admitted that you cannot do that. Yeah,
I did not.
Bro. Now you're being very dishonest, Cap.
No, I'm not. You just twisting the way that I said
it. First, in the beginning of the podcast, Cap, you said that no, free will and choice is different meanings. Free will,
different meanings. That's correct.
You said there's different meanings.
Right.
In the beginning of the podcast.
Right.
Then literally just 5 minutes ago, we can rewind the tape. Matter of fact, I'll rewind it for you and show you because I do this live on people all the time. I'm a great listener and I have amazing active listening skills. I'm going to rewind it live on the podcast so you can see. The audience already sees it, but
sure you play all of what I
can
said.
See. Oh yeah, I'm going to play it. Yeah, I'm going to play real quick. Got it. I'm going to mute both of us real quick and bring it up. Get the likes up real quick, though. Okay. I'm bringing it up, and we're going to rewind it, and we're going to play, because you literally just said it. And actually, anyone in the chat, if you can give me a timestamp of when he never said that free will is detached from choice. If you can bring me that timestamp, that'll help even perfect, because I know we got some people in here watching right now, but I'm going to go ahead and try to find it. Scam Chan, I see you in here. We do it live, brother. Ooh, I just found it. Okay, let me bring it back a little bit right there. And let me share my screen. I'm going to unmute you, Cap. You unmuted now. And we're going to share my screen.
Remember, he said that I said that free will is detached. I did not say that. But go ahead and play it.
No. Now you're just lying. The point that
Why I gotta be little? Why I gotta be little?
No, the point that we're saying here, you like a, I don't want to make any habitums. I don't do that. I like you. But listen, man, don't do that, man. You literally just said, don't gaslight. You literally just said that free will and choice is in the beginning you said is detached. Free will and choice is not attached together. Then just a few minutes ago, you said that, well, no, I said, try to prove how free will and choice is detached. You can't do it. And then you said, well, I never said that free will and choice is detached. They are attached.
No. What I said
I'm going to play it right now. Let's not speak. Let me just play it. I found it. Hold up. Let me share my screen. All right. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. So not this picking up in the background. Put it right here. And here we go. Say it again, but I don't want you to answer it. I want you to answer the second question. But the first question is, if we don't have free will, where do we get meaning from? Then I'm telling you, you have not explained or demonstrated how free will is not attached to choice. You have not demonstrated or explained how free will is not attached to choice. Everything that you do is demonstrating how free will appeals to choice. It is attached to choice. So I want you now, before you even answer the main question, demonstrate how free will isn't attached to choice.
I never said that free will is not attached to choice.
Oh man, yeah, you did. Now we gotta rewind the tape back, bro. Look, that's booyah. That's booyah on him. Fugazee. That's booyah on him. So look, he just said that I never. So he's insinuating. He's saying I never said that free will is not attached to choice. He's insinuating that free will is attached to choice. So all of these examples that he's giving is literally proving free will because he's talking about choice. He's talking about choice. That's the end of the debate. And I'm going to go further where he just lied again about it. Get the likes up, everybody. We live. We do it live. They're not going to lie on us. There's no Fugazee podcast. Biggest podcast ever. We don't lie over here. Yeah. Let's go. Hold up. Let's play it again. Play it again real quick. Let's go. We about to play the part where he even speaks about it more. And he lies again.
Living like this. Living
totally fine. Explain to me and please demonstrate it how someone that disobeys God does not get meaning out of them disobeying God. The statement would be, I'll go ahead and answer. Why would they even disobey God if they didn't get any meaning out of disobeying God? They do get meaning out of it. Listen, bro, you cannot. Here's what's happening here, real quick. You cannot explain free will.
And that we don't. The reason why you switch into meaning is because I've explained free will. I answered the question.
No,
I answered it on both sides. I answered.
So let me just explain what's happening here.
We're going a second.
Let me explain the confusion.
No. It happens to us because we're seeking our purpose of life. Whereas you are an example of seeing your family living their purpose of life.
So look, chat is about to come up. It's another contradiction. So in one part of his breath, he says that, oh, I didn't say that in the beginning of the podcast. He says that free will and choice, they have two different meanings. They're not together. Then you just heard him say, and when I said that I got him, you heard him say, well, I never said that free will and choice is not together, meaning he's insinuating that free will and choice is together. Now he's going to contradict himself again. Watch, it's about to come up.
And you chose to live the opposite purpose of life.
That proves free will.
That is not free will.
Everything
because
that
if you went down that same road, the same things would have happened to you. Just like if I went down the same road of my father, the same thing would have happened to me.
I made a choice. Once again, you just admitted here. You just admitted we can't. You just lost the debate, bro. Look, he just lost the debate. It's about to come up again, and he's gonna lie. Watch. You just admitted. That's what I wanted you to do, real quick. I'll let you get it out. You've already admitted that you cannot detach free will from choice. You just admitted that you cannot do that. Yeah,
I did not.
Bro, now, okay, so now he's saying that he does not. Wait, what? That's the opposite from what he just said. That's the opposite from what he just said. Oh, that is it. That's the debate, dog. That's the debate. Oh, you're being very dishonest, Cap.
No, I'm not. You just twisting the way that I said it.
First, Yo, that's it. All right, let's stop sharing. Let's stop sharing because that just proved everything I was saying. All right, cool. Let's bring that out. Let's bring that up. Okay, let's bring Cap back up here. Wait, okay, Cap.
Hey, am I
now,
unmuted
Cap?
now?
Yeah,
Am I
you
unmuted
unmuted. Now,
So
Cap, since
what
you
said
just
you was gonna
seen,
do, hold on, what you said you was gonna do when you played the first scene, I
yep.
said play the whole thing. You said I'll play the whole thing, but you stopped it to showboat, and
No,
that was
no, 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 no,
dishonest.
no,
Yes,
no,
you
no.
did. I
It's
said
all about this.
play the
Cap,
whole thing
let's
when I
not even
talked
go
about.
up. You just said,
Brother,
Cap.
no.
And
What I
I'll
don't
go
like.
all the way
Listen, I
back
don't
to the
listen.
beginning,
If
Cap.
I said it. I don't mind that I said it, but I
Okay, so
asked
are you going to concede that free will and choice is attached?
I'm gonna say the same thing I said before, but I don't like that you was dishonest. I asked if you would play the whole thing so that the people can get the context of what I'm talking about.
No. I already played it.
I
All
don't know why
I
that,
played
and
both
with
of
all
them.
this video playing, with all the
played you
videos
speak
that
out
you
of one
played
side
and
of
all
your
the
mouth,
talking
and
that
then you speak
did,
out another
I
side of
should
your
be
mouth,
able to
which is a
speak.
lie.
I should be able to speak. I'm not lying. I didn't think
You
I said
did
it.
lie.
I did not, because the context of free will and the context of choice and what we're talking about are different things.
Okay, if it is, then explain how it's different.
I'm going to tell
Explain
you
how
how
it's
it's
different.
different.
Go
The
ahead.
subject is, does God give free will? No. But did I have free will when I brought up the butters? Yes. And that's a choice.
That's
Wait, one
choice.
second.
Yo, now
Once
he's just
again,
moving the
no,
goalpost even further.
I'm
But
not
guess
moving
what?
the
This is
goalpost, because if
proving
you
my
would have
point
played,
even more.
if
You
are
have
you
the
muting
free
me right
choice
now?
to go
Are
ahead
you
and get
being
butter,
dishonest?
then
If
God
you
gave
would
it
have
to you
played,
because we was
if
created
you
in
would
God's
have
image.
played the whole, if you would have played the whole thing like I asked you to, and that's why you laughing. Because
No,
if you would have
man,
played the
it
whole
ain't
thing
looking
like
good for you out here in these streets.
if you would have simply played the
I
whole
played
thing
it
like
all. I
I
played
asked
both
you to,
parts when you
but you
contradicted
did not.
yourself.
You lied. You was dishonest to me. At
No,
least
that's
I
a
can
lie.
say,
Cap.
here's the difference between you and I.
Go
You
ahead.
played that,
Yeah.
and I said, before you played it, I
Uh-huh.
said, play the whole thing. When I
I played
talked
the
about
whole
the
thing
butters,
up
and
until
you
you
said,
said it.
but I asked you
Because you
to
just
play.
said something different out of your
Again,
mouth.
once again, this is why I said you're being dishonest.
Okay.
I
Well,
didn't
I'm
have
gonna just ask you the questions again. I'm not gonna make you run. We're gonna do it all again. That's very
I
fine.
just want to make my statement.
Go ahead.
I asked you to play the whole thing because when I talked about free will being a choice, I said I made the choice to either go do the butters or not. That was the whole context of what I said. I never said free will is not a choice. What I'm saying is God doesn't give free will. So either we're talking about God or we're talking about us. You have to make the decision. So on the subject of free will and God, no, God does not give free will. On the subject of can I get up and make the choice or free will to go and make my butters? Yes, I can. There is no consequence for it. It's
There's
just
no
that deep. But
there's no consequences for you getting up to make the butter. What if while you're making the butter you burn your hand? What if while you're making the butter something from the ceiling drips in it and then you eat that and then you put that butter on you and you break out?
Make sure
There's
I do
always
for my listening audience.
for every action there is a reaction. Cap, what are you talking about? For every choice you make, there's a reaction to something, Cap.
That minute marker and play it since Fugazi want to be dishonest.
Cap, no one's being dishonest, Cap.
I did not.
Totally fine.
Here's how I would be dishonest. I would be dishonest if
I got a question for you real quick. You explained all of that. You explained that. I'll let you talk. You totally explained. I'll let you speak. I got a question for you because it's about to contradict your entire worldview. I literally wanted this to happen.
And then you can ask the question.
I got a question for you, bro.
Wait, before you do that.
You're not muted. I'm not muting you.
No problem. Here's how I would be dishonest. If you played that clip and then I'm still fighting you saying, no, I didn't say it, I would be dishonest. But I knew what I said before you played the clip.
But you said that you said something else.
I did. I still say I said something else. But that's
you
why
lied, Cap.
No, this is where you're dishonest. This is where you're
okay. Continue to gaslight. I'll let you get it all out, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is where you're being dishonest because when you said you was gonna play the clip, I said just play up, just keep playing it. Where I used the butters as the example to explain.
You never said use the butters as an example. What you talking about?
You said I'll play. You said I'll play it all, and you did not play it all.
Either way, it's a full contradiction to your worldview, and either way, you lied. So I'm going to explain. Are you done? Do I have the floor? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so what y'all just witnessed here was a gaslighter. He's a professional gaslighter. God dang, nigga, you better than some of them. Nah, you my homie. I ain't gonna talk about you like that, dog. But you are definitely gaslighting. I'm gonna say that. No ad hominems. Is gaslighting an ad hominem? I don't know if it is. I don't think it is.
Like when you start saying I'm gaslighting because I'm
You
holding.
think it's an ad hominem?
I don't care if it's an ad hominem or not, but what you're not going to do is tell me I'm doing something that you said you was going to do. You said you was going to play the whole thing. It's not gaslighting to hold you to playing the whole thing. You were dishonest.
No, I wasn't dishonest at all. What are you talking about?
Did you say you was going to play the whole thing?
Yo,
yes
Cap,
no?
you like this.
I just want it on record. Cap. Did you say you was gonna play the whole thing?
Cap,
yes or no?
Cap, real quick.
Yes or no?
Real quick.
You can talk. I will be quiet.
I got it, Cap. Okay, real quick.
No.
It
won't be no real quick until you give me a yes or no. Did you say you
gave you the floor? Now you asking me a question when it was my turn to speak. I'll let you get it all out, bro. Come on now.
Yes or no?
We gotta have listen. We gotta have some decorum, real quick.
But just don't tell me I'm gaslighting you.
Cap, can we establish some decorum where I'll let you speak? Uninterrupted, but every time I speak, then you asking me questions.
If you just give me
so,
yes
no.
All I want is a yes or no.
That's not decorum, man. That isn't any decorum.
That's because we come to an agreement.
I let you speak uninterrupted.
You did not. The whole
time when you were uninterrupted and you didn't ask any questions. You actually explained yourself, Cap.
Here's what you did. Even when you played the clip, I was muted, and I'm asking
going back now you get to explain yourself more. I literally let you
tell me I'm gaslighting you. I'm not gaslighting you.
Okay, Pat, you being triggered right now because I said gaslighting.
At all. So I don't like when people put out a false narrative about me. That's not triggering. And so you're not going to tell me that I'm gaslighting you when you said you was going to do something.
If you think that way, do I have the floor? Yes or no?
Can I get it after? Let's say
I want 1 minute and I'll answer any questions you want.
No problem. You got it.
Yeah. Let me get like a minute and a half. I'll take a minute. I only need a minute. So anyways, this is what happened, chat. So currently right now, what he's trying to do is he's trying to move the goalposts. You know, like when women, like if you catch a chick cheating, like if you look in a girl's phone and you catch her cheating, like you see some text messages, and instead of speaking about what you found in the text messages about her talking to another guy, she's like, oh, you going in my phone? So you're going in my phone now? But that defeats the point of what I found in your phone. I went back, and what we found out was that you lied. You contradicted yourself. Not even contradicted, you lied. You said one thing out of one side of your mouth, but then currently you were saying another thing. And then in the beginning of the podcast, you were saying something totally different. So you've been contradicting yourself. Let's speak about the evidence of what we found. Don't be like one of the chicks that be like, oh, why you going through my phone? No, let's talk about that nigga that you went out on a date with that I'm scrolling through it. So we go reviewing the evidence. So real quick, you said that in the beginning of the podcast that free will and choice is not attached. It's different. I said, okay, you even gave a definition of free will. You said free will has to have consequences. I said, well, Cap, any choices that you make have consequences. That's just a fact. Like any choice that you make, any action that you take is going to have a reaction. That's how the world works, right? So now you're saying something different. You said that you use an example of getting the butter. Well, I can get the butter. I was speaking about that free will. Well, guess what, Cap? That's still... It can still be consequences on you. Actually, not that it could be. It is consequences on you making butter. The butter is made. You get to sell the butter. You get to put the butter on your skin, and that's an effect there. Or something can drip in the butter and poison your skin, and you can break out in a rash. There's a million different things of consequences that happens after you make that choice. So therefore, you cannot demonstrate. Back to my original question, and I want you to answer it. Please demonstrate. Right? How you can, or concede to it. Concede to it. Please demonstrate how you can have free will void of choice. If you cannot demonstrate that, concede to it, and that ends the debate. Because everything in the Bible appeals to choice, which is free will. everything in the Bible appeals to choice, which is free will. This debate is done.
No
Please explain to me now how
before you do that,
free will
before you do that, you said you was going to take a minute. I just want to play something because remember you said that you didn't say you was going to play the whole thing.
No one said that I wasn't going to play the whole thing. What is the whole thing?
Don't interrupt me. You just said, and I get the floor, and I'm going to give you the floor. You said you only wanted a minute. I gave you the floor.
No. Now you gaslighting again. No one said I'm going to play up until some point. I said, I'll play.
I would answer any questions.
I still disprove everything you just said. You like one of them chicks, bro. You like one of them chicks that was.
You asked me to be quiet, and I was quiet.
And literally,
hey, what about the evidence? What about this? What about
you
that?
You just brought your evidence. I didn't have a problem. I didn't reject your evidence. So why you rejecting mine?
That's what we're talking about now. Is the evidence?
No. What you're doing now is being extremely emotional. You asked me to stop
at all.
Okay, then let me talk. I just let you ramble.
I have a question. Let's get back to the topic of discussion.
You just said if I be quiet, I don't have a problem with that. It's 19 seconds.
Don't run away.
It's 19 seconds.
Totally fine. Don't run away from this.
Then let me play it.
How do you? No, listen. How do you, Cap? How do you? Cap, you muted. You muted. Don't even matter. You muted anyway. You're not running away from this. Don't run away from this. How do you? Please tell me how can you do this? How do you demonstrate free will void of choice? If you can't demonstrate free will void of choice, then guess what? This debate is over because we do have free will because free will is attached to choice.
Hold on one second.
That's what's happening, Cap.
So
that's
now we're getting
free will
to the phase.
is attached to choice.
Am I still muted? Because now we're getting to the phase of where you got to mute. That's how you know people are in their
moving the goalposts.
I did not move
the
goalposts.
You lied. You've been caught in your lies, and you're still trying to move. I'm not making. Listen, I gave you the floor to speak, and you were speaking. No more lies. This podcast calls No Fugazee. We're not tolerating any lies in here.
What I did was we
don't tolerate any lies. Let's get back to the point of the debate.
What I said. Am I going to
having a meta conversation?
No.
Which is a conversation about the conversation.
What you trying to do?
Let's get back to your defeat.
Control the narrative. No,
let's get back to your defeat. Let's get back to your defeat. The question is, can you please?
That's why you in your feelings, and that's why you didn't want to play it because you play games. When you say no Fugazi, you were Fugazi.
Can you please explain and demonstrate? Can you please explain and demonstrate how free will is detached from choice? The floor is yours. Please explain that.
Free will is detached from choice on the subject is does God give us free will? It's that damn simple. I said that from the beginning. God does not give free will. That's the subject. But when I said what I said was, now I'm being interrupted again.
Does God give us choice?
Which one is it?
You said free will is attached from choice. You said free will is attached from
you and your feelings.
God give us free will because God doesn't give us free will. The question is, does God give us choice?
You just said I want to get back to the
paradox,
subject,
bro. It's a paradox. You're not getting. I'm asking you another question.
You're interrupting me again.
I'm asking you another question. Does God give us choice?
I'm not finished answering the first one.
Does God give us choice?
You didn't want me to talk about how you lied. You want me to answer your question.
No one lied.
So now I'm going to answer your question.
Gaslight the entire time.
But why are you interrupting? I went to answer your question. I didn't bring up nothing. And as I'm answering the question, you interrupt again. Who's emotional?
So real quick. Let's just we gonna make some decorum. I gotta meet you because everything is going off. Listen, real quick. I'm just repeating back what happened. I asked you a question. Can free will be detached from choice? You said yes, because God doesn't give us free will. I said, okay, well, does God give us choice? Answer that question. Does God give us choice? If God gives us choice, then free will is not detached from choice.
Because he couldn't handle the conversation.
That's
what he wants. The whole reason why he's muting me
decorum here. There's no decorum here. No, it isn't. It isn't any decorum.
You interrupted me in my answer.
No, you answered it, and
control this narrative
that contradicted your answer.
You and I have been having a back and forth this whole entire time, interrupting each other. It's only now because you know you didn't do what you said that you
No.
doing all this muting.
I've been doing this the entire time because you've been lying. Guess what?
You have never
All
muted
of
me.
this is a reaction from your actions of lies. All of this is a reaction of your actions of lies. You've been lying to the audience.
I have not.
All of this is.
I didn't even fight. When you replayed the audio, I didn't even fight it. All I asked was why you didn't play the whole thing. No, I did not.
You've been trying to fight it the whole time, and you even said that you didn't say something when you already when we just heard it live. So let's just bring it back because we having a free will debate.
Did you just put me down?
What you talking about? You up here?
So
You're not muted or anything, bro. Let's get back to the topic real quick, because please answer this question. Don't run from it. Can you demonstrate? Okay, real quick. I'm gonna say it again. Can you demonstrate free will void of choice? Please answer.
When you see here's what's happening now.
Bro, just answer the question.
Why can't I answer it my way? Like you and your feelings. I got to talk how you want me to talk. Then mute up.
Run away, man. Listen, man, you're trying to run away.
How am I running away? I said 3 words, and you said answer the question. All I said was 3 words.
Said, listen, this was happening.
All I said was listen.
Let's get back to the debate.
Listen. I can answer how I feel. Like, why are you in your feelings? It was 3 words,
feelings, bro. No one's in their feelings.
I said, then let me speak uninterruptedly. So now,
so here's okay. I'll let you speak uninterruptedly.
Now you talking.
I'll let you speak uninterruptedly. Let's just agree to something. Let's reason with one another, Cap.
No, let me talk without. That's the reason.
Let's reason with one another, not Cap.
You asked to speak uninterrupted. I let you talk. I didn't say nothing.
No, you're cutting me off, actually, Cap.
No, I was cutting you off, but then you said, "Let me speak," and you said you can ask me a yes and any questions you want after I speak, and then I got quiet and let you talk. Then
but I asked you a question.
And as I'm answering the question, you interrupt in the question, in my answer. Just like now, when you asked the question, I said 3 words, and you interrupt.
You're not answering the question. It's not getting anywhere.
Nobody can know what anybody's saying in 3 words. Now, when you're emotional, though, you interrupt.
You can easily go to your answer. You can easily go to your answer. Okay, cool. So look, I'll actually let you answer however you want to answer real quick, and I'll give you 1 minute. I'll put a timer up.
I don't want a timer. I don't want a timer.
We got a 1 minute timer.
We didn't have decorum. We didn't have
a 1 minute timer. It's totally fine. Well, I think we need a timer because there's lack of decorum here.
You're the only one don't have decorum.
So, got it. Look, I'm going to put a 1 minute timer, and my question is, I'm doing a 1 minute timer. Listen, I'm doing a 1 minute timer. 1 minute timer.
The 1 minute timer go both ways.
Cap, listen. Yeah, the 1 minute timer go both ways. I got you muted because you still speaking while I'm trying to give instruction. I'm going to do a 1 minute timer, and you're going to answer the question. After 1 minute, then it's my turn to speak, because I'm going to most likely have another question for you, because it's going to be a contradiction, what just happened before. So here it goes now. Here's my question. My question is, how can you have free will void of choice? And you are unmuted.
If you mute my mic again,
timer starts right now.
Be on this live.
Timer starts right now.
No, don't start it yet. If you mute my mic again, I'm not doing this live.
Timer starts now.
Can you repeat your question?
Okay. Once again, how can you have free will void of choice? Good. Timer starts now.
The definition of free will, as I stated earlier, is that the definition says the ability to make choices and act independently without being controlled by external forces. Even when I read the definition, it adhered to a choice. The subject of this debate is, does God give free will? And he does not, because in the definition it says without being controlled by an external force. So if God is the external force and told us to obey his laws or we get punished, then that's not free will by the definition. Now it's my turn to ask a question. I'm done. It's my turn to ask a question. I'm done.
Okay, perfect. So now I'm responding to what you said.
No. It's my turn.
I told you. No, now you asked. I literally just said that. Oh, Cap. Now you being disingenuous. I literally just said that. I'm going to ask the question, and after you're done speaking, you get a minute. Then it's my turn to speak, because I have another question for you.
What do I get a minute for?
Did I not say that?
You said I get a minute. Is that minute to ask you a question?
No, I said that you get a full time to speak. You get a minute to speak.
And then after that, don't I get to ask you a question?
Let's just play it back to what we agreed to.
I don't want to play it back. You could just tell me right now. I will adhere to. Just say it right now. I don't need to go back.
Okay, all right, cool. If we don't, once I'm gonna go ahead and reply to your statement, and I have another question because there's a contradiction with your statement.
See what you're trying to do is.
Said that. That's what happened.
So if you can have a reply to the statement, but after your reply, I get to ask. We got to go question for question, reply for reply. That's fair.
But
that's fair.
Understand
I'm not taking another question. I'll take your reply. That's fair.
Understand
you can get a minute reply.
Got it.
Okay then. And after your minute reply, I get to ask a question. We go question for question.
Understand that you have to defend your point.
We both defending our points.
No, because
I'm attacking you with free will. You attacking me for free will. So
the question is you defending this point, which is a contradiction.
There's no debate that anybody has.
Okay, so let me reply back to what you said. I'll put a minute on the timer. Just chill real quick. Chill real quick. I'll put a minute on the timer real quick, because he's about to get obliterated. Very, very easy. Here's a minute on it. Here's a minute on. Okay, so he said that. Well. Free will is void of choice because in the definition of choice, it's appealing to, you have to comply, not with have to comply, but it's appealing to without an external force. He said God is the external force, so we do not have any choice because God is the external force. I'm sorry, we do not have any free will because we do. That's what you said. Wait, you didn't say that. You didn't just say that. Kat, you can speak now. It's a question.
It's your time.
It's okay. It's a question.
You did them gestures. I didn't say stop time. So
what you talking about? You just. I'm asking you a question. I don't care if we can stop time. My question is very simple for you, right?
I don't want to no questions. I want to ask my question after your time is
real quick.
Fair.
Did you
trying to wiggle away to ask me another question? I'm not answering no questions.
All right, cool.
This is your reply.
Nah, what we'll do is I'll just rewind it. I'll just rewind it back and I'll play it from what you said.
This is childish.
No, it's not
your reply,
bro. I'm literally debating a habituary liar. Like you lying so much.
I didn't say anything just now. I didn't say nothing. I just nodded my head. I just did like this.
No, you shook your head and said no. And I asked you, is that not what you said? Yes or no?
You cleaned up what I said. When I nodded my head, that was because you said something I didn't say, and then you cleaned up yourself and then said what I said. All you're doing now, this is very effeminate.
Okay, so got it. So then I cleaned up what you said. Okay, fair enough.
Extremely effeminate right now.
Fair enough. I'll finish in my last, what I got. When did I stop that? It was 30-something seconds on the clock. So I got 30 seconds left. I'll put 30 seconds on. I'll do 30 seconds. Cool. So anyways, Cap says that, well, God is the external force and God within this, he doesn't give us free will. He never disproved that free will is attached from choice. The statement is free will is attached from choice. I'm asking him to disprove it. You know why free will is attached from choice? Is because every single choice that we make, the fact that we have a choice, God judges us for it. Why would God tell us not to sin? Okay, 30 seconds. Why would God, I'll just finish over real quick, my last little sentence. Why would God tell us not to sin, but then judges us for sinning? Because we have the choice to sin or to not to sin. Free will is attached to choice. Try to detach it. You can't. Go ahead.
My question to you is, Deuteronomy 30:5 that we've been talking about in Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter that we've been talking about all day, when it says, I've set before thee this day. Well, I'm going to make a statement and then I'm going to ask the question based on the definition of free will. So I'm going to say it differently. Deuteronomy 30:19, I call heaven and earth to record this day to you, that I've set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life that thou mayest live. And then when we read the definition of free will, And free will clearly says the ability to make a choice and act independently without being controlled by an external force, which anybody listening will will know why I separated the choice from free will. Based on that, is God an external force? Yes or no? And if the answer is that it's yes, he is an external force, how is that free will? That's my question.
Got it. That's a very, very, thank you for that question, actually.
You got a minute.
So,
we got a minute. That's the rule.
A minute on the clock. Let's put it right now, man.
Put the clock
That's
up.
easy.
Then I got to reply.
That's an easy answer. So just to repeat it back to make sure I have it right.
The timer.
Okay. Let's just start it all over then, since you can't see the timer. Boom, right here. So God and choice, God giving us choice and things of that nature, just the fact that we can make a choice to disobey God is free will. So you said that, well, God is an external force. Yes, God is an external force. So how do we have choice? How can we make a choice if God is an external force? How can we have free will if God is an external force, right? We can choose to obey God, or we can choose to disobey God. All the sinners, all the non-believers, all the people that believe in God, they're still making a choice without this external force. Do you get it? There's atheists. They don't believe in God. They're making a choice not to believe in God. There are people that believe in God. They're making a choice to obey God or to disobey God. This is a choice which is attached to free will.
So
that's 1 minute. Go ahead.
My reply, this is how you know he's hurt. Butt hurt. Because the definition of free will, once he admitted that God is an external force, he lost. Because God being an external force means it's not free will, because free will is a choice that's independent of external force. That's the end of this debate.
No,
Don't interrupt me.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're reading it wrong. No.
It's my reply. Why I got to get interrupted in my reply? I told you, effeminate, like emotional.
No, it's feminine. What are you talking about? You just lied. We're having a back and forth.
No, we're not.
Free will. No, free will. No, stop it there. You just lied. Free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside influences. So let me just share my screen real quick so you guys can read the definition of free will too, so you can see that this guy is a liar. He keeps on lying. I don't know why he keeps lying, but he keeps on lying. So let's just go ahead and bring it up real quick. So here's the definition of free will. Oh, and I think he went ahead and ran away. So here's the definition of free will. Free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces, without being compelled. God is the outside force. God is compelling us to not disobey him. God is compelling us to not disobey him. All the people that disobey him, they're using free will. Stupid idiot. That's why I ran off the stream. Dork. Now I gotta call you ad hominem names, man, because what the freak? This guy ran off the stream because he was losing. Ran off the stream because he was losing, because he doesn't know how to critically think. He goes to the Bible that appeals to free will. I said, hey, please detach free will from choice. Then even in his little minute rebuttal, he just said, well, free will, the definition of free will, choice is in there. Well, yeah, you cannot take away the definition of free will you cannot take away choice outside of the definition of free will, or guess what? It isn't free will. I'll repeat, you cannot take away the word choice out of free will in the definition. By definition, you can't, because it has choice in there. Free will is the ability to make choices without being, he lost the entire debate. He kept losing. I said, please explain, Cap, how you can have free will void of choice. He said that I can. And then he appealed to free will and choice. This guy is an idiot. What the freak, man? Easy debate. Anyone that's watching this, there's a people in this world that I want you to get something from. There's people in this world, all they do is like read books, and that's fine, and they get some understanding of things. But then there's critical thinkers like myself, high IQ people, meaning that you can break things down and critically think and compare and contrast and find the similarities and the differences in things, and then reason, and while using logic, right? The 3 laws of logic is law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. He doesn't even know those laws. I'm literally defeating his points with logic. It's right here in the definition. Then in the beginning of the video, he said that free will and choice is opposite. They don't go together. Then in the middle of the video, or towards the end, when I was disproved him wrong, when I caught him in lies, he said, well, I never said that free will was void of choice. I never said that. Wait, you didn't, Cap? Let's bring it up. I brung up the video and then proved him wrong. He got obliterated. Brung up the video, proved him wrong. All of you seen it, right? Then I asked him the question. Explain to me, Cap. Prove to me. Demonstrate to me how you can have free will void of choice. He goes to because that's what he thinks. He thinks one thing but says another thing. He's like, it's crazy. Then he goes to say it, and then he proves that you can't have free will void of choice because it's in the definition. And then he brings up his own words in the definition. Remember, he kept saying independently. There's no independently in this definition. There's no requirement. He brought up 2 words. He said, well, there's a requirement of an outside force. No one said requirement. It says compelled by outside forces. He says independently. It doesn't say independently in here. It says free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. So God is the outside force, and God is compelling us. Literally in the biblical scriptures, it tells us not to sin, to obey God. That's what God is compelling us to do, to not sin. There are people that still sin. We're all sinners. That is free will.
No Fugazee.
Victory feels good. Victory feels good. And all of you Hebrew Israelites, all of the Hebrew Israelites that's in a chat, I see I in a chat just saying a whole bunch of nonsensical things. All of you in this chat, please put down the Bible. Well, I ain't going to say put down a Bible. You know what? I think this whole Hebrew Israelite thing, it comes from a victim mindset complex. So what you need to do is go to your mother and tell your mom that you forgive her. Go to your father and tell your father that you forgive them. And then, maybe in some way you can escape this victimhood, and the way you read the Bible, it won't be contradictory. And the way you read the Bible, you won't be a racist. And the way you read the Bible, you won't think that you're the only people, you're the chosen people at the top of this hierarchy. And the way you read the Bible, you would actually believe in free will, because Cap does believe in free will. Everything that he was saying is free will. I said, bro, this entire time, the entire debate, you keep on appealing to free will. You keep on appealing to choice. That's a choice, Cap. That's a choice. He even said, well, that's a choice. I said, okay, well, my definition of free will is choice. We bring up the definition of free will and it says choice. Okay. Then I said, okay, Cap, well, your definition of different. So explain. Please explain. How do you, without free will, how do you have free will void of choice? That's my question that I asked him. How do you have free will void of choice? He says, well, this and this and this, and he appeals back to choice. Then he goes to the definition. He appeals back to choice. Bro, it's crazy, man. Crazy work. Get the likes up, man. Get the likes up. We live. Get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. We gonna clip this up. It's gonna be good. Homie ran. I can't believe he ran. Can't believe homie just left the debate because he literally took. Hey, yo, the funny thing is me and him talk on IG. So he gonna hit me up on IG. I'm like, bro, come on, man. You could have just here's the thing with these Hebrew Israelites. They never want to concede. One, I called him in a lie. He did not concede. I literally played the clip back live to y'all. And he didn't concede that, oh, yeah, I lied. He could have said he misspoke. He could have said, oh, I really didn't know what you meant. He didn't say any of that. He just kept on gaslighting the entire time. So I'm like, okay. So this is what you're doing here. So here's the thing with these Hebrew Israelites. I've been debating them now for 3 weeks, maybe for 4 weeks. From I started debating them before Andrew Wilson came on a podcast, and actually, you know what? I'm chilling right now. So anyone that wants to join stream and debate this, I got all the energy in the world. So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and put the link to join the stream, and y'all could join the stream. Let me go ahead and put this in the description. Put it in the chat. All right, put that in the chat. I'll go ahead and pin that. Pin message. Okay, anyone that wants to join a stream, if you want to debate about this topic, if you are a Hebrew Israelite and you want to lose on this debate too, please go ahead and join the stream so you can get cooked. So it's the cook session now. Anyone can join a stream. Call me the can man. Anyone can get it. Puerto Ricans, Hebrew Israelians, Hebrew Israelite aliens. I don't know. All the cans can get it, man. I'm the can man. Adrian Broner said that. We got people joining the stream. That's what's up. That's what's up. Let me go ahead and pull y'all up. Let's get Wolf up here. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Yeah, Kevin from Maryland.
Got you. So who do you think won that debate, man?
You won the debate based on like contradictions. The problem is that in that last part of the argument, you allowed him to apply a definition that you didn't have to agree to, because he was mixing in definitions from the Bible, which is spiritual law.
Yeah, I know.
Man-made definitions.
But even within the definition of the spiritual law, and the Google definition, it still all appeals to choice.
Well, look. I'm gonna just give you a quick tool, because a lot of these sovereign citizen Hebrew Israelites, they think laws don't apply to them unless it's convenient. So, true. If they're going to pull up a definition, challenge them to use Webster's or an actual accredited source of information, and then ask them what a bibliography is, and they're probably not going to know, or some of them might know. Let me not be too insulting, but the point is that he waited for that last moment after all the contradictions that you pointed out, and his words were, "Well, when you pointed that out, I didn't say anything," but he never admitted to it, and that's the point. The point is that they're always going to find another argument because of self-serving bias in psychology.
Not only that, so like if you actually listen. Every time, here's the thing with this worldview, what I want people to understand, and I'm glad you're up here. Anytime you appeal to the Bible scriptures appeals to choice. So it's a very simple. That's why I asked them, please explain how you can have free will void of choice. He couldn't do it biblically, and he couldn't do it by the Google definition.
True. He couldn't do it by that, but if he was more of an intellectual, he would have posed this question. Okay, I can argue that choice and free will are the same thing, and here's how. Because if God observes time from a flat circle, which is above us, then he sees our possibilities as a tree, and then if he knows all the ends of the branches, then he knows what we're going to do.
Yeah. So that's an argument that God knows all. So I was prepared for that argument. Listen, bro, he was so surface level thinking. I was prepared for all of it. I'll tell you what I had planned for him, right? I had planned for him dimensions. I was going to talk about the first dimension where it's only flat surface. It's only front and backwards. I was going to talk about the third dimension where it's up and down. I was going to talk about the second dimension where it's up and down and back and forth and left and right. I was going to talk about the third dimension where it has death in it as well. I was going to talk about the fourth dimension where it's timeless, right? Where it's void of time, meaning that you can be anywhere at the same time simultaneously, which means that, right? So if God is all knowing, God knows everything, right? So I was prepared for all type of all type of avenues he would take. So let me just explain. If God is all knowing, because that's the thing that people like to say, yeah, God is all knowing, so we don't have any free will. Well, yeah, God is all knowing, but this just means that God isn't bound by time, space, and matter the way we are. God can see all of it. With that being said, a being in the fifth dimension or outside of just beyond the fourth dimension, they can see the past, present, and the future all at the same time. So if a being in the fifth dimension interfered without permission, that wouldn't be free will. If God interfered without permission, that wouldn't be free will. But if the being observes the lower dimensions, because he's in the higher dimensions, he doesn't need permission because he's just observing. He doesn't need to interfere because he's just observing. So by his observation means that God is all knowing. Booyah.
Okay,
Booyah.
well, I'm going to expand on your thought a little bit. So yes, first dimension, length and width. Second dimension, height. Third dimension, area and volume. Fourth dimension is time. Fifth dimension, actually, I would argue, is thought. So when you say something in your head, I got this from KRS-One, which is crazy. You say something in your head, you hear those words. Yeah, which is kind of crazy. So if God conceptually has control of all those things, or he has knowledge of all those things and how they're going to manifest, then in the way that he designs us, he does know what we're going to do. But he gives us
choice,
control over the way we navigate those pathways into our eventual ends.
Exactly.
Which does prove itself that he does know what we're going to do. We have free will to navigate that direction, but ultimately he knows it's going to happen. So it proves both things.
So, and that's the thing. So that's the side of the debate where I thought it would go. And I even had something prepared for that as well. Because we know, so the only two-dimensional thing that we can observe in a microscope is an amoeba. And that's, it operates in a two-dimensional plane. It's very flat, and is not aware of us at all. Amoebas are not aware of us at all. Scientifically, well, it's the theory that they're not aware, and it's the theory, and that theory is backed off of when we look at them in a microscope, they're flat and they only move like this. Well, they only move left, right, and up and down.
Well, they're flat. They're flat because of where we have them on the plane. But yeah, I got you.
So with that being said, the amoeba isn't aware at all. But guess what? We can observe where the amoeba is headed to, the direction. We can observe all of these things of where the amoeba is going to go without interfering with the amoeba. We're just observing it. So we are all knowing of the amoebas. We're just all knowing of it when we look through the microscope.
And you're making that an alliteration to God.
Yeah, I'm making that alliteration to God. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to give you a step further just to show how great God is, because we know they should appreciate this. God can also see the energy of the connections and all the interactions that we can ever have. And sometimes, like when we have these debates, and like I see you having these debates all the time, you can't see and they can't see sometimes how these conversations will create greater energy between people and how to see the world. But it's actually a good thing.
Yeah, man. You know what? I talk to Cap. We always be talking on IG. Like we started the debate. We was like, man, niggas is cool anyway. We can have a heated discussion, but you know.
Absolutely. But I mean, like I got into an argument with somebody today about the sovereign citizens and how they operate and like how they be bothering police and government workers. And I'm just like, yo, they're like, well, they're showing you that you have rights. I was like, well, I can go to work. I have the right to work. Do you have the right to go to work? He was like, yeah. I was like, well, do you have the right to go to work and not be bothered by people trying to prove a point?
Yeah. Yo, let me get some other people up here, bro. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, man. Yo, be easy, brother.
Blessings to you, brother.
All right.
Okay, let's bring some more people up here real quick. Let me go ahead and... all right, so if you want to join the stream, just go ahead and click the link in the comments. Okay, we got a lot of people in here. We got SMG. I'm going to bring you up. We got King, Malik. We got Robert A. We got Trey. We got Enoch. I see you in there. I see you in the comments too. I got you, bro. And we got Sid Cap. I see you in here. Sid Cap. Going to bring you up too, man. Don't go nowhere. What's going on, brother? How you?
Yo, what's good, brother?
Who do you think won that debate?
Man, that was a stupid debate to me, man.
Who do you think won? Honest opinion, honest.
Man, it ain't even a thing, man. You won that. You slaughtered, bro. Like, he ain't even making sense. Like, when he read that definition, he was like, external forces. God is an external force. I'm like, wait, bro? Like, oh, yeah, but that's not what it's talking about, bro. Like, what? Like, man, he blew me, man.
Yeah, he even when he was reading the definition of it, it's like he's saying so free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. So an external force. He said, well, God is the external force, so we don't have free will. But nigga, we have choice, right? God gives us a choice. Oh yeah, we do. But so then I said, explain to me. He kept going in circles, bro. What he's a professional, try to evade all. He never wanted to concede. So I said, explain to me how free will is void of choice. He said, oh, he has to concede because he doesn't know what to say. He keeps going in circular reasoning. So the thing is, bro, he's a liar. I called him in lies live on. Did you see that when I called him in lies?
Yeah, bro. This is what I was trying to tell you before, man.
That was bad. Yo, grown man catching you in lies. Nigga, you trying to lie and gaslight me, bro. What's going on?
See, like, this is my position. I agree that we are the descendants of the Israelites. I agree with that. But those Hebrew Israelite community guys, they have their own doctrines. And I don't agree with their doctrines. Their doctrines are agenda-based and their lies. Like, they have a doctrine saying Joseph and Mary had sex, and that's how Christ was born. These guys are like crazy wild, man. Doctrines. I'll be schooling them, but I realized something talking to them. They really, and I'm not trying to call them stupid, but they have low IQs, bro. I had a debate with a guy.
It's very simple. It's just low IQ. It's how you explain
it. That's what it is. That's it, bro. I had a debate with a guy. We were debating the word Yahweh, and the word Yahweh comes from the Hebrew, but he was trying to say that it was a Latin word meaning the god Jupiter. And I'm like, bro, the origin of the word isn't even Latin, so how could that possibly mean? Bro, like, it's like that with them guys, man. That's what it is, though. But yeah, man. When it came to the whole free will, I sent in a super chat. I thought you was gonna read it, man.
I'm gonna get to the super chats. I'm gonna get to him.
Yeah, he was switching up the word. I'm like, bro, the word free literally means do without control. You know, nobody's controlling what you're doing. Your will is your desire, so it's you are fulfilling your desire without someone controlling you. Like, you can't switch that. The etymology of the word itself.
Yeah,
it's not a biblical term, but it's applied, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. He started going to, like, even when in the beginning, because he was talking about, well, free will is not a biblical. And in the beginning, I let him speak and explain because I wanted to know. I'm like, nigga, you just by you reading something that another man wrote, which is a white man, which you don't even appeal to, which you're racist anyway. That's not proving anything. You're actually just proving my point. Like, it was horrible, bro. But yo, we got some big super chats in here, so I'm gonna get to those. I see Lucid on the beat sent in a big super chat, so we're gonna get to that, man. We're gonna get to that. But yo, I appreciate you, SMG. I'm gonna bring some more people up.
Oh, brother.
And also, why everybody in here, we're gonna go ahead and put a poll and put who won a debate, just so we get I wish it was more people in here, but a lot of people left from the stream. But let me just go ahead and make this poll real quick. Start poll. All right, poll. Everybody go vote in the poll. Go vote in the poll. Go vote in the poll. Do you see me? Child of God, I do not see you. Exit. I'm gonna go ahead and boot you out, but exit out of it and then come back in. So I just booted you out. SMG, I'm booting you out too, just so we can get some more people up here. And I'm gonna get to the super chats real quick, and then I got Enoch, I got you in here. Trey, I got you. Robert A. King, Malik, I got you. We got Yahweh something, and we got DC. We got but I got to turn on your cameras. Okay, let's get to the super chats real quick. All right. Timothy Ward sends in $5. I appreciate the support, man. I appreciate the support. We got Drizzy Too Smooth sends in $2. Free equals under, no one else control. Will equals desire. Okay. We got Tailored by Nature sends in $10. Okay, since he says Adam and Eve were not punished by God. Their actions triggered set natural laws that are tied to set consequences / outcomes, which is why they were warned and given instructions to follow for their benefit. That is a fact.
No
Shout out to you, Teller by Nature. Shout out to you. That is a fact. That's what I told him. Adam and Eve, well, yeah, they literally, the only reason why they've received consequences because they chose to disobey God. They didn't receive, the consequences wasn't like destined for them. No, because the choice wasn't destined for them. They made the choice, and then what followed behind that was the consequences. They bit from the apple, so then they're going to die. Very simple. And he couldn't even understand how you read the Bible and you're supposed to be a biblical scholar. 50-year-old guy, probably older than that. I don't know. But you don't understand these basic, like the basic understanding of the Bible, like with logic. Crazy. We got Lucid on the beat, sends in a big money. He sends in $100.
No Fugazee.
Matter of fact, we got to drop a bomb on Lucid on the beat. He done sent in 100, man. He really supporting the podcast. We got to drop a bomb on him. Dropped a bomb on him. He said, say, Cooley, have you ever entertained the idea of having a soul, thus meaning the body is a vessel, something to be occupied, conditions of maybe how one is born, in and around effects and actions of the vessel? This perspective of free will is very limiting. No? Good question. I'm actually going to that's a good question. I'm actually going to answer your question. Yes, I did entertain. I'm going to answer line by line. Yes, I did entertain that idea of the soul. And I do agree that the body is a vessel and the soul is the entity, I would say, that enters into the body. Then he also says, the soul is the thing that occupies the body. Yes, I agree with that. He also says conditions of maybe how one is born. I do agree that there are. If you watch the beginning of the debate, I explained my perspective of free will and everything like that. I said that, well, the biggest influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. Influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. Our biggest influence is our biology. A man has 17 times more testosterone than a woman. A man has the physical capabilities of being stronger than a woman. A woman has a womb. We have all of these differences between man and woman, but we have all of these internal things which is why we get horny. Like a dude with low testosterone, well, one, he's not going to be able to build up muscle, so that's going to influence his choices. He's not going to be that aroused and maintain the arousal level. Also, a guy with low testosterone, he's gonna that's gonna dictate his ability to have like good sleep, to fall into deep sleep. So even just if we're speaking about testosterone, that is a huge, based on the levels of it, that's a huge influence on what choices we make. If we go with the estrogen levels, if we go with everything else, The biology is literally the primary influence. So the fact that a man, heterosexual man, let's just say a man is born with all of the inclinations and all of the natural proclivities and the natural propensities to be sexually aroused by a woman, but he chooses, right, to disobey and to literally make a choice without being compelled by his biological essence, and he chooses to like a woman and do something, like a man and do something with a man, to be a heterosexual. I mean, how much proof do you need of free will? Like, god dang. I mean, that's why the population is so low anyway in the LGBTQ plus community, because they literally have to fight against, you know, the biggest influence, and only a few could do it. Only a few can do it. But they literally fight against what God created them to have a natural proclivity to like a woman. For a man to have a natural proclivity to like a woman. For a woman to have a natural proclivity to like a man. They fight against all of the natural desires that the biology tells us to, and they choose to be a homosexual. God dang, that proves free will right there. So,
no Fugazee.
And what you're saying, Lucid, on the beat, I get what you're saying. And I do agree. I don't think that free will is limiting. I think that free will is choice, and choice is never limiting. Choice is never limiting, man. It's never limited. Now, you could say that in some ways based off of where you come from and stuff. Like, if you make that argument, no one's saying that, all right, like you don't have the choice of what mother or father you came from. That's the mother and father. You don't have the choice of, when you're an adolescent, a young child, of what schools you're going to and what area you're being raised in. We're not speaking about free will in that sense. We're speaking about free will and choice, how free will is attached to choice. We're speaking about the ability to say yes, no, to stay neutral, or to act out in a different way. You get what I'm saying? So that's what we mean. And you do have, that's not limited, because based off of whatever decision is lied in front of you, you can make a choice. Just like if a gunman puts a gun to your head and say, give me your money or you're going to die. You can make the choice to give him the money. You can make the choice to not do nothing and possibly die. Or you can make the choice to fight that nigga back. So you got mad choices within every scenario. But good question, man. Good question. And thanks for the support. We got D. Luckett sends in $10. There is no free will if there is judgment.
No Fugazee.
There is no free will if there is judgment that comes with it. Laws were given for a reason. Do as you please, but suffer the consequences. You're saying that we have no free will. So listen to what you said. So it's a contradiction. Even I gave you a no Fugazi, because what you said, you were spitting, but then your conclusion, you jacked all up. So you said that there is no free will if there is judgment that comes with it. So that part, let's break it down. No, that's actually, I didn't know what you were saying before. That's why I gave you the no Fugazi, but now I understand what you're saying. There is no free will if there is judgment that comes with it. That is incorrect, because there's always, tell me a time where you can do anything without there being judgment. That doesn't make any sense. So you're attaching consequences for choices? No, that's how the world is. For every action, there's a reaction. So if there's a reaction, there's going to be good judgment and bad judgment. That's how the world works. So that's a dumb statement. That's we still have choice within that. We could choose to be judged good, or we can choose to be judged bad. Duh. Then you say laws were given for a reason. Yeah, laws was given for a reason. He also says, do as you please, but suffer the consequences. That is true. So you just contradicted yourself right there. You said, do as you please. Choice. Do as you please. It's going to be consequences, good or bad. You said suffer. So you insinuated, you made an assertion that someone will suffer if they make a good choice That's an assertion. So you want to peel back the layer to the things that you're saying. Do as you please, which you just contradicted all your other statements because you can do as you please. And then you will suffer the consequences. So you're making an assertion of suffering because some things that you can do and you won't suffer. Because you have the choice to do good things and not suffer. Free will. God dang, I got to give myself a bomb for that one. How can I kill y'all niggas that even send in super chats? And I appreciate the $10 though. D-Luck it. I do appreciate it. We got Timothy Ward sending $10, $2. I'm an Israelite and Cooley is cooking him. Oh man, I got to give you a no Fugazee.
No Fugazee.
He's an Israelite and he already knows I'm cooking him. God dang, he knows I called him in lies. He says, then we got a Zed now and we got a few more super chats and then I'm going to bring people up. I got like 4 more super chats. I got y'all. Gonna get to them quick. We got Zed now sending $2. Cooley, free will is not will. You're dusted, bruh. He says, Cooley, free will is not will. That don't even make any sense. Y'all niggas is dumb. Yo, y'all niggas is dumb. Oh man, just the fact that you can be free of just free will. If you are, he said that it's not will. Well, then explain to me what will is, and then also explain to me if you can't be free from it, then explain to me how you always have a will. And if you're explaining how you always have if you can explain how you always have a will, then you just contradicted your last statement. Okay, ayo, sends in $2. Cooley out here putting belt to, I don't cuss, but I mean the A word, the ASS word isn't really a cuss. I mean I could say it, but nah, I never said it before. Yeah, I ain't saying it then. Yeah, freak that. Let's just go to butt. Cooley out here putting belts to butt. LOL. We got hold up. We got mad people coming in here. Let's remove him so more people could come. I see you in here, Mauler. I see you came in here, dog. I'm gonna bring you up. We got a book from Judah sends in $5. God killing me in the end as consequences, not the same as getting burned from making butter. That is a fact. Yeah. And thanks for catching that too. We got D Luckett sends in $2. Cooley, the hypocrite. You worse than these women. Oh, this is just a Hebrew Israelite on his guy's side. Low IQ. We got Save sends in $2. If it's in the definition, how can you detach it? That's a fact.
No Fugazee.
Hey, yo. He couldn't detach it. And guess what, chat? I didn't bring up the Google definition first. He brought up the Google definition first and got obliterated by appealing to it. And guess what? I started my debate. And I cooked them in the bro. Oh, this has been going on for a while. If anyone is in here, if you just watch my opening cooked them. Everything that I said in the opening predicted his outcome. Matter of fact, I think I stole free will from that nigga. Matter of fact, maybe he's right. Maybe he was right because I done predicted his end and took the free will from him. Nah, I'm joking. That's just, I cooked them. That's what happens when you cooked. I predicted it. And the prediction isn't void of free will. Okay, we got D Luckett sends in $2. He says, choice is limited through consequences. Nigga, stupid, low IQ nerd. Choice is not limited due to consequences, you stupid dork. You can no matter what the consequences is, the consequences of death, you can choose to rebel against it. The consequences of, like God in the Bible, he says, you will die, you will experience death and go to hell if you sin and don't repent from your sins. That's a consequence. You dork, you can choose to obey. Choice. Loser. All these low IQ people in here, man. Yo, D Luckett, Why you send? Matter of fact, you don't even got to send in no more money. Come in here so I can smoke you. All right, let's bring up King. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you from.
Boss man, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you? What you want to debate about, or who you think want to debate?
I really want to say a couple things. Like, y'all brothers, right? So I was kind of hoping y'all could have, kept it going. Y'all was making y'all point. You was making your point. I was kind of hoping you might have been a little bit more fair to let him hear his little point, just to keep the conversation going. Because at the end of the day, we all trying to just get to understanding, man. I mean, I commend you for what you doing, bro. I think you're a brother that's trying to seek the knowledge out and trying to get the understanding, but all of us can be wrong, man. I know you got your opinion and your belief system presupposed through certain influences and certain things, because you said yourself that you didn't answer when they said, are you a believer or are you a believer of the Bible or something like that? You said you didn't want to get into that or whatever. So
wait, what you talking about?
I remember the other day, I believe you was asked that question about, where you were as far as your belief, or if you believe in the
that's
scriptures.
people, man, trying to move the goalposts. They trying to evade the question. So that's a red herring. So here's the thing. Here's what happens, right? And you can learn something too. I am not the individual of what you just described. I have these preconceived things and this and this. No. I can truly admit when I'm wrong. Truly, I'm like, yeah, man, I'm wrong on that. But it's very
You've done that?
It's hard to be. What'd you say?
You've done that? You have done that? You have confessed that openly?
I've conceded on many. I mean, in this debate, I was just perfect. In other debates, I conceded points like, okay, I'll actually grant you that, and then okay, let's move on and get on. Yeah, I'll grant you that. Keep going. He couldn't grant anything. I literally played the video back and he lied, and everyone's seen his lie in 4K. And then he tried to gaslight and said that, oh, well, he was like one of them chicks to say, bro, I said something. Why are you looking in my phone? But meanwhile, you called her cheating. The chick is
That's your example of what you saying he did. Yeah, I heard.
But that is what he did.
But I'm saying,
anyways,
just
real
trying
quick,
to keep us
real
going.
quick,
Just trying to keep us going with the conversation. That's all I was saying. Hopefully you could, because you say that's your guy, right? Y'all cool, y'all talk.
I mean,
try to be,
yeah. Go ahead.
Kind of just try to keep the brotherly love going. That's what I want to see.
It's all love. It's all love. Yeah, it's all love. You don't got to worry about that.
Call your boy and tell him, like, look, man, no disrespect, because I think he felt disrespected that you didn't want to play the full.
No. That's the lie, though. That's the lie he said.
I watched it. You didn't play the full context of what
No. That's the lie. So I'll repeat back so you can get it.
I watched it.
No. Listen. No. I never said I was gonna play the full thing. He lied to you. It wasn't no time.
I'm watching it. He didn't lie. I'm watching you not play back the context of what he said.
We already, because we're speaking about the context. So he's lying again. He's making an assertion. So listen real quick.
Maybe you wrong on this one.
No one's wrong on this one. And don't go anywhere. Don't run. Don't run. No, so we can have a discussion. And I'm gonna ask you questions. I got you. Cool. No, that's fine.
Say that run like
like hop off stream.
Yeah, I don't think nobody's scared of nobody. Man.
Okay, got you. So let's just do this logically then, right? Because let's not confuse anything.
The whole debate.
Okay, cool. Well, you have preconceived notions already.
I kind of think that you could have been a little.
Let's have a. Got it. Listen real quick, man. Listen. Let's have some order. Let's have a logical discussion. At the time of all of this, were we not speaking about him giving the example of walking into the room and making butter? Yes or no?
He did do that. Yes.
At the time of when all the confusion happened, and I had to go back and play it. Were we not speaking about when he had to walk into the kitchen and make butter? Were we not speaking about that? Yes or no?
When all the confusion happened.
Yeah. So was we speaking about walking into the kitchen and get,
bro? Y'all had a lot.
Listen, were we speaking about walking to go get the butter? Yes or no?
Y'all did speak on that, sure. You know, we
Was it
seen
at
that.
that time where the confusion happened?
I don't know how to answer that. Sure, I guess maybe it did. Yeah, I can't recall that like that, but I don't know how that
Because
went
what I'm
exactly.
telling
But
you, it is, right? So the
okay, that's
topic,
fine.
stop
That's
it real
fine.
quick. Listen, the topic of the discussion currently at that point was about the butter. He gave the example about the butter. After he gave his example, I'm asking him questions about the butter. He tries to say, well, because he gets caught up. He tries to say, well, yeah, I have the choice to go get the butter, or I have the choice to not get the butter. And then that's what he says. And I'm like, well,
I
yeah,
heard
that's
that.
free
Yeah.
will. He says, no, I have the choice. I then say, well, can you have free will void of choice? He says, yes, you can have free will void of choice. I say, well, no. No. He says you can't have free will void of choice. And then
You
I said,
can't.
wait. He said you can't. So I said, wait. You just said before that you can have free will void of choice. That's why we were speaking. That's why you gave this example. That's why he gave the example, because he explained how you can have free will void of choice. So he gave the example to explain it. But then within his own example, but then after the example, I asked him the question and he says, no, we cannot have free will void of choice. So then I go back and I play it. And then I say, wait, you said something different before. So that's when I go back and I play the clip. And then in the clip, you hear him say, we can have free will and choices detached. You get what I'm saying? He says free will and choice are attached. So then that's a contradiction to what he just said.
Right.
So then what he did was, he says, bro, you didn't play the context. I said, nigga, we are speaking about the context now. What are you talking about? You got to keep playing. We're speaking about the context now.
Could
The
you have
reason
just kept
why
playing a
is
little bit
because
more,
of the
Cooley? That's
example.
all I'm saying,
It
just
don't,
like a
nigga,
minute.
it don't matter to play more. The reason of playing it back was to catch him in the lie, because he
I
lied.
understand that, but what if in the
Okay,
thing
so
that
can
you
you
catching him
agree
in,
that he lied?
did he lie about saying that you can have free will without choice,
Yeah.
and then say that you can have it with choice?
Did he lie about
So
that?
I think maybe he might have misspoke. Maybe
He didn't.
because who's gonna say to?
I tried to give it to him. I said, well, did you misspeak or anything? He
I
said,
thought he said he
no.
did. He said
No, the
no.
nigga,
Oh yeah.
he ain't concede to
Well, you know, in
nothing.
the heat of the moment, we say things and we kind of make mistakes. But I
What
want
I'm
y'all to
saying
keep it
is
going.
he ain't
Call
concede to
your
nothing. But
guy
listen,
and
man,
try to keep
I want to get some
the
more people in
brotherhood.
here. Good conversation, man. Let's bring some more people up here. This guy, I mean, he just going around in circles, and he even conceding on the points that Cap was making. I see you in here, Trey. Let's bring up. I'm just going in order. I got you in SIG. I'm gonna make these conversations fast. I'm gonna make them fast. I get one in and out now. I got all y'all. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Who won the debate?
Hey, Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah, who won the debate?
Oh, yeah. You did, man. And one of the main reasons why I watch your channel is because you actually speak in a logical sense, which is nature. And a lot of people, you can hear me, right?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, as far as red pill is concerned, I think if you read the true Bible, that's actually the real red pill, because the Bible is based off natural laws. The people who wrote the Bible, the language they use actually reflects nature. So when you speak, you actually speak in a true sense, which is a logical sense. So you have truth sense, and then have ideology. And religion and all those things are ideologies. So like I said, if you stick to what you're doing, no one could beat you in a debate, because you're speaking what nature says. And nature has not changed. Ideology changed. Nature has not changed. I'm the one, you read that thing a while ago with Taylor by Nature? I think I wrote about Adam and Eve wasn't the action punished them.
That was you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a good. You explained that perfectly, brother. You explained that perfectly.
Yeah, but one of the things I do, I studied the Aramaic, and it's amazing language, man. So when you look at things, we are judged by our actions, and then the outcome come with with consequences. Just like you mentioned about people who do certain acts and doesn't follow the natural way of reproduction.
Yeah.
You see how the life ends. The reason why it ends is because they're not following the natural law. So if they go about doing something backwards, the outcome is going to be negative. And if you do something positive or follow natural law, the outcome is going to be positive. That's much how it works. I think that guy earlier, he was, I don't know, I think it's ideology, man. The thing with ideology, that come and goes. But if you follow natural laws, those things will never change. But yeah, like I said, you're on track, bro.
Appreciate it, man. We got a lot of gaslighters in the chats and a lot of yo, it's crazy. Low IQ people can literally make you second guess. Like throughout the debate, I'm like, wait. Is this nigga playing mental games? This nigga that's why I had to be like, forget this. I'm rewinding it back because this nigga is gaslighting and I'm exposing it. But yo, man, let me bring up some more people, man. I really appreciate the support, man, and have a blessed one, brother.
Appreciate it. Cool.
All right. Sig, you up next. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Who won that debate, man?
Hey, you did, bro. You did. Listen, bro. Nah, you don't know Fugazee. Listen, bro. I've been trying to get at you for the longest. Listen, he got so mad at you that the nigga went on his live after that and started talking shit about me.
Wait, what? Who you?
So, yeah, so this what you, okay, so, all right, so this what you got to understand. Fugazee, we have found 50 fragments of the original Gospel of Matthew. And we have found, I'm doing something. And we have found the original writings of the apostle, Peter. We found it. So I know you're going to ask how y'all found it. Simple. So what we had to do was close the door. So what we had to do was we had to go and search out the early church fathers. Have you ever heard of church fathers?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but get to your point. You don't got to explain it. We understand. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way you can share your screen real fast so I can show you that you was on point?
I can't. Well, you got a link or something?
Okay, I'll just read it to you.
I'll bring up the link. What's the link? Put it in the private chat.
All right. Okay, it's the link. It's called.
This is actually type it in the private chat right now.
Okay, private chat. Okay, chat. Look up. Go to Google. Type in Clementine Homilies, Book 20. It's gonna cut dude right out the gate. When I say, man, listen, Fugazee, if this is real, I'm gonna ask for your blessing just one time. Is there a way me and you can set up some type of, like, it ain't got to be a debate, bro, some type of like form where I can prove what I'm saying one day? We're gonna have a good convo, bro. When I say you did your thing, just pull up Clementine Homilies, Book 20.
I got you, man. I want to bring up some more people, but yeah, I appreciate that.
Can I read it real fast? Can I just read it real fast? It's gonna cut them right out the gate.
How fast is it gonna be? Less than 30 seconds?
About a good minute or two, man. I just need you to hurry.
That's too much. I'll read. I got it here, and I seen it in the chat. I'll read it on my own regard. I really want to get people in here, but y'all, I deeply appreciate the support, bro. I deeply appreciate it. And yo,
so is there a way I can like contact you, man, and we can do like something major?
Contact me via Instagram or No Fugazee Podcast. Let me know.
Oh, I got no Instagram.
You gotta get on, or if you look at the description of the video, my email is in there. You could contact me via email, and depending on what you want to, what you're looking for, and how we could work together. If it makes sense, we can make it happen. Put it like that. If it makes sense, I'll make it happen. So hit me up via email. Just click on the description in the video. My email is in there, and I will chop it up. Okay. All right, brother. Have a blessed one. Okay. Let's see here. Let's bring up Sig Cab. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, man. Who won that debate?
I'm not an Israelite. They based on certain things, but they have some facts and certain things. But I think the lead reason why he left is because I think the last thing he said was, "If you mute me again." I don't really care. Let me just explain something.
You gotta give me an answer. Who won the debate?
I really don't know, man. I listened to the debate.
You kind of okay? Is up for grabs. Fair enough. That's fair.
Free will and choice. Let me give you an example. The tree of life, not the knowledge of good and evil. Okay, the tree of life. When God said you have the right, you have the choice, you have the free will to eat from the tree of life, was there any consequences? I mean, they didn't die, because they won't surely die if they eat from the tree. Maybe they'll live longer, but was there any good and evil consequence? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, yeah, it was. It was consequences.
Of good and evil.
Well, the thing is, hold on, there's people in the chat. I'm gonna make this quick. I got y'all, chat, and I'm gonna bring more people up. So your question is, was it consequences from eating from the fruit that God told him not to eat? Yeah.
No. I said the tree of life. When he said you're willingly and you're able to eat from the tree of life, it's your choice to eat from the tree of life. It's your will. You have your will. You have your free will to eat from the tree of life. Was there any consequences of good and evil to do that?
You're saying that I'm not understanding your question. Let me repeat it back.
Okay.
Let me repeat it back. Is there consequences for them choosing to eat from the tree of life?
Not the tree of good and evil, not the knowledge.
Not the tree of good and evil, but the tree of life.
Exactly. Was there
Are there
any
consequences
of good and evil? Now, what I'm trying to say is,
no, that's a good tree. So let's make it sense, bro. Because what happens here is when you read something, you got to read the full thing in its context to make it make sense. God told Adam and Eve, there's a tree you can eat from, and there's a tree you can't eat from. They ate from that tree, and they ate from the tree you can't eat from. The tree that they ate from, no bad consequences, good consequences. The tree God told them not to eat from, bad consequences.
I understand.
Yeah, so that's free will.
That's free will. But do they have a choice to eat from it or not?
Or yeah, they could
command that you, or do they have a command to eat from it?
No, they could choose not to.
They could choose not to. Now, when they choose not to, is there consequences of good and evil? Is there a choice of good and evil?
If they choose not to eat from the tree of life or the forbidden tree?
I ain't even bring up the forbidden tree.
Okay, so you're talking about the tree of life.
Consequences of eating the good tree.
Good tree. So is there consequences if they do not eat from the good tree?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there is. No,
because you're not
maybe not.
Dying.
Maybe it all depends on what that tree is. If that's the tree of life, if that's the tree of life and it's giving them life, then obviously void of them eating it would be death.
Well, wait.
Or it's no consequences. Death. They can eat from it or they can eat from another tree. The thing is this. Look, let's just make it make sense. Let's make it make sense and put it all together. Look, because what's happening here is this. You can't exclude the other tree from your hypothetical because there is another choice.
No. Okay, well, let me explain.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
The way I see it and the way I think he was trying to say it was, okay.
No, he never brought up the other tree, though. But go ahead.
I don't want to bring him up. The tree of life. Let's say, God forbid, I'm not saying this, but I'm the father, and I'm saying you have a choice to eat from the tree of life where you could eat and you could be everlasting life. But you're never going to die anyway because you never touch the tree of good and evil, the knowledge of good and evil, because you will surely die. Okay? So he did not do that. They did not do that. They ate from a tree that didn't have no consequences. They would not die eating from a tree with no consequences.
Okay, but what does this mean? What does this have to do with free will?
I'm going to get to the point. Yeah. I'm going to get to the point. Now, after they ate, but the proof that they ate from the tree of life and there was no consequences, there's proof of that right there. But now when they ate from the tree of good and evil, the knowledge of good and evil, guess what? Now they disobeyed God and now they have a consequence. You will surely die. So there's proof that you could free will eat from a good tree, or you have the choice not to eat from the good tree. But then after they ate from the good, the knowledge of good and evil, then becomes consequences. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but this just proves free will.
Goodwill and choice. Goodwill of free will and choice.
Well,
free will and choice.
It proves free will, which is free will is attached to choice.
All right, but they had the choice to eat from the tree of life. If they didn't eat it, there won't be no consequences. This is very simple. Simple, bro.
Yeah, now, but that doesn't prove or disprove anything, is what I'm saying. What you're saying right. You're making like you're making assertions on certain things with the tree of life. If like you're saying, well, what if hypothetically, what if they didn't eat from the tree of life? Would there be consequences? That's a hypothetical question.
No. There's no hypothetical question.
No, that is a hypothetical question because that's not what happened in the story.
We
No, no.
both
What
don't
I'm
know what's
saying
going to
is
happen.
what I'm saying is this. It's a hypothetical question because that's not what's in the book. So it's made up. That book
Oh,
doesn't
now
say.
it's made up. Okay, so why is it good
No,
and
no,
evil not
no,
made
no.
up, but the
Listen
tree
to
of
what I'm
life is
saying
not
real
made
quick
up?
because I want to get to another caller. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. This discussion doesn't mean anything is because everything that you just stated has choice in it. So people are still making choice. So people
No,
still have free will. Free will is attached to choice. You cannot have choice without free will. You cannot have free will without choice. So you
okay,
just
but
went
that
on this
has no
diatribe. Listen
consequence.
real quick. You just went on things to explain it, right? But everything that you've said, you kept using the word choice, which explains free will.
Exactly, but
Yeah,
there
yeah,
was no
yeah.
consequence. Wait, hold up, Cooley. There was no consequence from
So what?
eating it.
There's always consequence.
Wait a
There's
minute
always
now.
consequence.
Hold up now. Well, there's no consequence of the choice of good and evil because they never ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil where they disobeyed God. What? Now I have no problem with choice and good and free
No,
will.
no, yo,
I
listen
have
real
no
quick.
problem with that.
I know what you're saying, but I want you to understand what you just said. You said there's no consequence. That isn't true. Every action has a reaction. So
With the tree of life,
even in the tree of life, you know
but
what the
it's hypothetical.
consequences
How would
is?
you know? How would you
Listen to
know if
the
you don't know?
consequences is life. It's in the tree of life.
Yes, but they're
The
not gonna
consequences.
die. How they
I
not gonna die?
but yeah, you cannot. Here's what you can't do in this world. You can't detach free will from choice. You can't detach choice from free will. And
That's
you can't
fact.
detach any of those from consequence because they
Cooley,
all have consequence. Make sense?
Cooley,
That's
understand
what
me.
I'm saying.
You're
It's either
right.
going to be a good consequence or a bad consequence, but it's still a
But
consequence.
I understand that. But that's
Yeah.
after they ate from the good and evil of the knowledge of good and evil.
But
That's
even if
when
they
that choice
didn't eat
happened.
from it, but the
They
point
had
is,
a. They had a. So you want to tell me that
even
they
if they
had
stay neutral,
evil?
even if they stay neutral, listen to it, right? Because even if you make the choice to eat from it or make the choice not to eat from it, it's still choice. So it's still all free will, and it's still the
Got you.
consequences on bad or good. Even if you make the choice to stay neutral, you still made the choice to stay neutral, to not eat from any of them. You are still going to experience its consequences.
Well,
You
how would
get
you
it?
know that? You just told me it was hypothetical. How would you know if they're gonna
No, the
be
part that was
consequences of
the part
evilness if they don't
the
eat the tree of life?
no, your part that was hypothetical was your question. So in the Bible, it says that eat from this tree of life. Don't eat from that tree. Your question was if they eat from that tree. If your question was if they don't eat from that tree of life, like if they didn't eat from that tree of life, would they have consequences? That's a hypothetical question. And I answered that, yeah, it's still going to be consequences.
Well, what's the consequence? Because this is a hypothetical. What's the consequence?
Who
There's
knows
no
what the
proof of that.
consequences are?
But we do have proof that there's
It's going to
consequences
be a
if you eat
consequence.
from the good and the tree of good and evil, the knowledge of good and evil. There is a consequence for that, but there wasn't a consequence for the tree of life.
The
Now,
consequence is life.
no. So you're saying that in order for them to be
Life.
alive, because it said that you will surely die if you eat from the knowledge of good and evil. That's a fact. That's a fact.
All
Now,
right.
when you go to the
I'm going to
tree
get
of life,
someone else
it
up
did
because we're
not
going in
say.
circles.
That's what I thought. No. There's no consequences in the tree of life. It's right there. There's no
How isn't
consequence.
you just said if you eat from the tree of life, there's no consequence. The consequence is life. It's in your sentence.
So what are you
What?
saying? You're saying that I
What,
have to
bro?
eat the tree in order for me to survive, where I'm not going to surely die?
It's the wait. What? It's the
What?
tree of life. The consequences, and if you eat from it,
Oh, so Cooley, what you trying to
it's
say is this?
life.
What you trying to say? If I don't eat from the tree of life, I'm gonna
Listen,
die,
man, I
and
gotta let you
also I'm
go,
gonna
man.
have
You're
this.
literally
That,
refuting your argument
no,
within
I'm
your
asking you a
question.
question.
No, you
If
are, man.
free
I gotta bring up
will,
some more people. We've been going back and forth, man. But
are
but
they are they
if you
robots?
stay,
Are they robots?
no,
Are they
if you stay,
robots?
I'll bring you back up. If you stay, I'll bring
I'll
you back up
stay. I'll
afterwards.
stay.
Yeah.
Cause I got.
But I want to get some more people because I'm like, bro, what's going on? Okay, welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Lamont Ferguson from Wilson, North Carolina.
Okay, Wilson, North Carolina. All right, man. Who won that debate?
Well, I believe that you were speaking on the right side. Um, I believe that, well, see, the Bible says that God gave man dominion. He said, let us make man and let him have dominion over the earth, the sea, and all of, have dominion. Dominion means ownership. Uh, you can't have dominion and not have free will. You have, and that's why he put he said, when he said, I said before you good and evil, he put the knowledge of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden. That was to give man a choice.
Yeah.
To have a choice, you have to have free will. No one ever ate from the tree of life. Matter of fact, that's why he put Adam and Eve out of the garden so they wouldn't eat it, because if they did, they would have been in their state, the sinful state forever. So that's why he put them out of the garden. And people are arguing between Old Testament and New Testament, and they forget that we are now under another priesthood. We're not under the Levitical priesthood anymore. We're not under the law anymore. We're under grace. So therefore,
Okay, yo. So real quick though, within this, because I don't want people to just come in here and go on like rants about things. But nah, I appreciate the words.
You were fighting on the right side.
Fighting on the right side.
But you got your I believe.
Okay, real quick. If you
there
watched it,
there is free will.
Answer this for me. Did he lie or did he not? Remember when I had to rewind the video back?
Yeah, he did.
He lied. He lied.
Yeah.
Okay, man. I'm gonna bring up someone else. Appreciate the support, brother.
Man.
Appreciate it. Really do. Okay. We got Muller and Trey. Y'all up next. Let me see here. Y'all up next. Muller and Trey. We got DC. I think DC, your camera's on. So Muller and Trey are up next. Let me see here.
Yo. Hold on. Let me
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, man.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? State your name.
So I heard you had a fire debate. I didn't catch all of it, but I backed up a little bit to see where basically he said something and then you gave him the opportunity to correct it though, right? You said like, bro, did you misspeak? And then that dude still kept it and pretended though he didn't.
Bro, he just kept lying, and I played it on live stream. I went to the podcast itself.
Right.
I went back to the point where he lied, and then I went back to the point where he said one thing, and then I went back to the point where he said another thing, and then in the current thing, he's lying about both things.
So I guess what I'm trying to. Why didn't he just concede and say, "All right, I misspoke, bro. I didn't mean to say that."
He wouldn't do it. He was like, he wouldn't. Bro, something was wrong with these Hebrew Israelites, bro. They do not want to take L's.
Yeah, well, remember when we were having our convo the other night, bro? That's funny because that's exactly what I put on that short, bro. Is that that brother 6'5"? Remember the brother 6'5"? He messed up a couple times, but we allowed him to correct it. We're like, bro, say it again. Like, what did you just say? Oh, my bad. And he would fix it. But this dude here, if he just got caught that straight up, I don't know why he just didn't say I misspoke, bro. He could have just said I misspoke.
Yeah, when it came to 6'5", you called him in a lot of things when it was biblical.
Right.
These things that I was catching him in was just logical. It was you couldn't go to a Bible verse. It was things that he said he can't get out of it. Yep. So it's like and he didn't want to concede on his entire worldview and say that free will and choice cannot be detached, because then in the Bible, everything is about choice. If everything is about choice, everything is about free will.
Yeah. He had this idea. This is where they start. They start with the premise. The premise starts this way. If I don't have, really it backs up. If I don't have an option or a choice to be born, therefore I don't have free will. That's what they really want to say. Well, how you stump them is this. So you're saying is, because you have to choose between A and B, you really don't have free will. That's what they want to say. Well, check this out. Cool. If you ever want to stump them, let me ask you a question. Did God have a choice between A and B? And they go, what? They go, yeah, there's no power outside of God, nothing bigger than God, right? It's just God. Let's be in God's world. Okay. It's only God. Okay. He has a choice. He can choose to create
us or not create us.
Does God have free will? And they're going to go, yes, every time. I'm like, okay, we're born. We have a choice to obey or not. A, B, that's it. That's the only two choices. Do we have free will? No. It doesn't make sense, bro. Like, it's just crazy. But you know what? That brother that was on before, bro, you should bring him back up because he's totally confused. He thinks consequence is like, it's only a bad thing. You're just saying result. There's another.
Yeah, I'll bring him up.
You know what I mean?
Quick.
Yeah, there he
Trey,
is.
I got you, Trey. Don't go nowhere. I got you, Trey. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to bring up Trey too, but I don't know what he's on. But yeah, brother. So I guess I'm confused. You brought this situation up with Genesis. So you realize that consequence? I think you're when you hear that word, you automatically think that it's something bad. So even when Cooley says, "Hey, there's a good consequence and a bad consequence." So if they're in the garden and they're eating from the tree of life, right? That's in the garden, right?
Yes.
So the Bible says in Genesis 3, it's pretty clear that you eat from the tree of life. That's exactly what you're going to get. So I don't understand why when you set this parameter, why this is changing the argument. Are you against free will?
Oh, no, I'm not against free will or choice. But I'm going to ask you something. If they eat from the tree of life, or they don't eat from the tree of life, they do have a choice to do that, don't they?
Yeah, they have a choice.
Yeah.
And they have free will, right? Without any consequences, because they're not going to die like they will die when they eat from the
that's
knowledge
consequences.
No.
You're referring to it being negative. The consequence,
okay.
Yeah,
consequences
that's the
is positive
issue.
or negative. That's the issue.
All right.
That's
I'll
the
take
issue.
the consequence out. I'll take the consequence out.
Okay.
Like what the other guy was saying. I'm not an Israelite or anything like that, but he was trying to say something about his butter or whatever. And I think Cooley said, "Well, what are you talking about?" And then he said, "Well, you compelling me to talk about my butter. So now I have the choice or the free will to talk about my butter. But at the point, you didn't give me that choice because you didn't ask. But once you asked me, I was compelled to talk about the butter or whatever." So what I'm trying to say is
no, he wasn't
believe in-
compelled. That's a lie. He was prepared to talk about the butter, and that's what I
Listen,
stated.
I don't know if he was prepared. I don't know if he have,
He was prepared. It was right by him. He was prepared.
In the background too.
Yeah, but bro,
listen, by him having the butter, listen, it's very simple. Listen, let's just play this out real quick. Let's just think logically. He was prepared to talk about the butter, not compelled. By him he chose to put the butter by the station of him doing the debate. Literally, the butter was right here by him. So the fact that he prepared and he chose to put the butter near him, meaning that he was prepared. If butter came up, then he makes the choice. That's not a compelled. He was prepared. That's two different meanings.
So what you're trying to say that he was premeditated because he was bringing up butter. In other words, for you to lead we can say butter.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm not even saying that he predicted that I would say something for him to bring up butter. I'm just saying that the fact that he chose to put the butter near him during a live stream, literally is right near his hand. He was prepared to talk about it, because if it's not near you, and also think about it, the fact that he used that own example means that the reason why he used the example of the butter, because he was influenced because the butter was near him. If he didn't choose to even make butter, one, if he didn't choose to put the butter by him, two, if he did, all these things is things that he chose of why he made that choice to talk about the butter.
Okay, well, if I make something and I brought it up, does that mean anyway? I don't care about this butter thing. I don't know. All I'm trying to tell you is that I have no problem with choice and free will. You know when I'm just getting the problem is that when they have a choice. You say you could eat from this tree of life. Okay, free will. I'm not going to even say consequence. You have free will, but you also have a choice. Now, if they don't eat from that what's going to happen? They're not going to die because they surely died when they ate from the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, but why? This is I think the mistake that you're making. What is it that you're wrapped up? If you're for free will, if you're for choice, and you're describing a situation that's in the garden where you can eat healthy or you can eat something that kills you, I don't understand, brother, what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, what's your point of this?
What's the disagreement?
I thought the whole debate was that choice has to do with good
consequence,
choices and bad choices.
No.
Which I agree on. I agree on that after you ate from the knowledge of good and evil.
No.
Okay. You disobeyed.
But your whole presupposition, where you're starting from, is that there was no choices prior to the choice of the knowledge of good and evil. That's your issue. You believe that kicked off free will. No, bro, they were
No,
choosing to
no,
wrestle. No.
no.
What?
All I'm saying
Yeah, okay.
is this,
Did they
brother.
choose to wrestle with tigers? Did they choose
Listen,
to
listen,
command
bro.
animals? Of course.
I'm not going all over that. I'm just saying that if I have a choice to eat from the tree of life, I got a choice, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I have free will to eat from the tree of life. But nothing would really happen to me. I mean, God didn't say that I have to eat from the tree of life in order to live. It's there for you to eat. It's plentiful. But this tree over here
Okay.
that's good and evil, you cannot eat from that tree. That's it. So it's choice. It's choice with free will without any good or bad choices. That's what it
Hey,
is. So let me
hey,
give you an
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
mean
example.
to,
brother.
No, no,
I
no.
don't
Let
mean
me
to
give
be,
you an example. Let me
Yeah,
give you an
bro, hold
example.
on, hold on, hold
Do you
Yo,
go
on.
to
real
the
quick,
gym?
real quick. Yo,
Do you
Hold
real
go?
on,
quick,
I'm
yo,
not
dude.
real quick.
finished.
Sit
I'm
cap,
not
sit
finished,
cap.
bro.
I know, real
I'm
quick,
not
real quick,
finished,
real quick.
though.
Sit cap, real
I got an
quick.
example.
Yeah, brother. What you just said was nonsensical, though, bro. I'm just being straight up.
Okay,
What you
let me
just
give you an
said
example.
is
Man, this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
nonsense.
yeah, yeah.
circular
Real quick,
argument,
sit
man.
cap. Real,
I'm
it's
gonna
it's
give you.
just
I'm
circular.
gonna
It's,
give.
it's it's circular, man.
I'm not
Real
gonna
quick,
talk
real
about
quick.
it no more. I'm gonna give you an example.
No,
Go
no,
ahead, give you an
that's cool.
example.
Let's. I gotta give Trey a chance to speak real quick. So I'm gonna put you in the backstage. You don't gotta go nowhere. And Muller, I'm gonna put you backstage too, but don't go anywhere because I'm gonna bring you up. Trey, what's going on, man? Talk to
Hey,
me.
what's up? Hey, what's up, Cooley? I'm so sorry. My phone is about to die. I've been trying to get on here.
I
Thank you
know, I
for
know.
your
Who? But
time.
first, who won the debate?
Hey, I'm keeping it all the way 1,000, bro. Based off of the definition that was used, I got to give it the captain, bro. I got to give it
Okay,
a captain.
explain how. That's what we want. Explain how.
I have my own arguments that I would like to debate, and I don't have that much time. So I just
Okay,
want
well,
to say,
explain based off of does God give free will? Because that was the caption. It was
no,
about God
God does
giving free
not.
will.
No, that's not biblical. God does not give free will. And I
Okay, so
think the
you think
argument
it's all predetermined?
we're having a false we're having the wrong conversation. Just because you have a choice,
Uh-huh.
the better argument is okay, who's making you make one choice or the other? And I have proof text to substantiate
Okay, so real
our
quick.
position.
So free will is the ability to make choices without being compelled by outside forces. So
Right.
free will and choice goes together. If we have choice, if we have choice to make a decision based off of it doesn't matter what influence us, whether if it's outside influences or inside, whatever the influence is, we can make a choice for it or against it. That is free will. Do you get what I'm saying?
I understand perfectly well what you're saying. So let me further expound. Right, the
But
Father.
real quick. I know, real
Come
quick.
on, brother.
You're gonna go off and read a verse. What I'm telling you is that just by you conceding to choice, just by you focusing on choice, means that we have free will because choice is within free will.
Okay, Ken.
If the
My
question is
point
just
is
real quick, no, it's gonna get to this. You talking about choice? Please tell me then. How can we have free will void of choice? If you can demonstrate that, then you win this debate.
okay. Easy. This is the book of Proverbs,
Go ahead.
chapter 20. I'm in chapter 20 and
Uh-huh.
verse 24.
All right.
It says, "Man's goings." So everything that men do are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way? So the decisions that you make in your life were predetermined by God. The fact that you chose left
Okay.
over right, God made you do that. Let me give you
Okay.
another
So
example.
then,
Let me
real
hold
quick. No,
on.
stop. You
Cooley,
just made a
Cooley, I don't
statement.
have that
No,
much.
stop.
Hold on, brother, please. Just
You already made
let me
a
make one
statement.
more.
Stop. We don't do that here. We go point by point. That we ain't gonna get you on a long diatribe so you can keep on talking. You said that the Lord, everything that we do is in the Lord. So then, why does the Lord judge us if everything that we do is of the Lord? Why does He judge
Easy,
us?
easy. This is the book of Romans, chapter 9, and I'll go to
I got you,
verse
Muller.
Romans 9, and I'll start at verse 17. It
Yeah.
says, "For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. Therefore hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy, right? And it says, on whom he will, he hardeneth. So whoever
That's
he
choice right
chooses to,
there.
hold up,
That's already
Cooley,
choice. That
Cooley,
means
you
that
got
we
to
have
let me
choice.
speak. I
You
waited.
just explained
Yeah,
Cooley,
choice.
Cooley, let him finish it.
Cooley,
Let him finish
Go
it.
ahead,
let
finish
me
it.
finish,
Go
Go
Cooley,
ahead.
ahead. But you
please.
just explained choice right there. But go ahead,
Cooley,
finish it.
you can address all my points afterwards. You got the passage. So you can go to the passage and you can debunk each thing that I'm bringing out. So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
says,
I'll do it in 2 seconds. Go ahead, and finish up.
it says right here, Romans 9 and verse 19.
Mhm.
It
Okay.
says, then will oh sorry, thou wilt say then unto me, why doth he then find fault? That's what you're saying. You're saying if there's no free will and God can do whatever he wants, why does he find fault with us? Why will he judge us? And this is what Paul says to you, Cooley. It says, thou will say then unto me, why doth he yet find fault? For who hath resisted his will? So, Cooley, is your will greater than your creator's? No. Verse 20, nay. So Paul is telling you no, bro. He says no,
Okay,
but
time
oh
out, bro. You
man,
keep speaking. Let's
but
just
Yeah.
oh
defeat
man,
all of
I'm
these real
almost
quick,
done. It
bro.
says,
Yeah,
but
no, this
oh
stop.
man,
Listen,
it's
stop,
right
bro.
here,
Yeah, yeah,
brother.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
you're,
Listen,
you're
listen.
getting
Yeah,
body
who are
bag.
you
You're,
to
Yeah,
answer back to
yeah,
God?
hey
So
bro.
here's
man,
my
hey
question. Here's
Real
your
man.
quick.
hold
He's
on.
just
Let me
I
talk to
got you,
Trey.
Muller. I
Trey, are
got you,
you?
Muller. Real quick. I'll let you
Yeah.
go in a second.
Okay.
You, my friend, are a dork. You don't even understand what free will is. You don't understand because we already read it in the description, and every free will is attached to choice. The point is disproving free will. The point is disproving choice. Guess what? God wants us not to sin. Don't sin. Obey me, you go to heaven. You do sin, you disobey me, you go to hell. You have a
So
choice
Cooley,
in everything that you do. You nerd. You
Cooley,
are a dork. You are a loser. You are a loser
Cooley,
with a
that's
little head
fine.
and a real
All
and
right.
a
Cooley,
weird beard.
Real
Cooley,
quick.
Cooley, that's fine.
Bro,
Hold
You
you're
on,
can make
a
fun
Trey.
of
fool.
me. You can
Nah.
make fun
Listen,
of me,
I'm
Cooley.
making
It's
mad. I'm gonna
okay.
attack because you are a dork. Think, nigga, think. Listen.
Okay,
Go
Cooley,
Hold on.
there.
Cooley,
Let me
I'm gonna,
engage him.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
let you
engage him.
obliterate him.
Yeah,
Real quick, real quick, Muller.
let me
Don't
engage
go
him. Let me
anywhere real
engage
quick.
him.
Muller got him. I just want to speak to him. You are a loser because you lack the ability to critically think. Everything that you just said involves choice, and choice is attached to free will. What don't you get, you loser? You're
Okay.
reading scriptures that free will appeals in it. Choice appeals in all of the scriptures that you read. Is any scripture that you read void of choice? No, it's not void of choice. You stupid. This nigga is a stupid nigga. You the
Hold
type of
on.
niggas that I hate,
All
bro.
right.
No, listen. Nah, he getting it.
Cooley.
Nah, he getting it. I like dudes like him. Hold up. I'm gonna let
Let
you
me
cook him
talk.
real quick too. I'm gonna let you cook real quick, but I'm cooking right now because I've been streaming for 4 hours. I ain't get to cook nobody. Don't go nowhere. You are the type of niggas that the white people spit on. They be like, "Puh." They don't even want you around them because you lack the ability to critically think. You lack the ability to have reason and logic. Niggas like you. Do you get it? Every scripture that you just read, God gives us choice to obey or not to obey. You read scriptures and you thought you was proving something. You proved nothing at all. You proved that you have a low IQ because within the scriptures, it's paradoxical. We don't have any free will, but within the scriptures that you read, you appeal to free will. Dork. Go ahead, Muller. Cook him some more.
All right, bro.
hey,
Real quick.
notice how he went to ad hominems.
Yeah. Okay, agreed. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me find out,
And you
brother.
know what? That says something because
Yeah.
all I did was read Bible.
All right,
I showed
bro.
you how
All right,
even though
brother. Let's get to the Bible, brother. Let's get to the Bible. Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian, brother?
yeah, pre-Nicene, I'm a pre-Nicean. So anything before Nicaea.
And you don't believe in free will?
It says right here, Romans 8 and 30.
You gotta be patient, bro. You gotta be patient. We gotta be patient. Give me a sec.
It says in Romans 8 and 30.
Yeah, hold on,
Moreover,
brother. Let's stay in Romans 9. Let's go to Romans 9.
I got you, but you asked me a question.
Okay.
You asked me if I believe in free will, right?
I asked you.
You
Hold
asked me if I
on. It's
believe
a
in free
yes
will,
or
right?
no, bro. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. It's just a yes or no. Do you believe in free will? Yes or no? It's a yes or no, bro.
Okay.
Let's get to Romans
All
9.
right. Calm down, brother.
Bro,
It
answer
says,
the
moreover,
question.
whom he
Bro,
did
so you're
foreknow,
gonna
he
read. So you're gonna read
predestinated.
scripture. Okay. Do you believe in free will? Yes or no? Yes or no?
The Bible doesn't teach that.
Okay, so
Do you
no
believe in
then.
choice?
Say no. Say
Yeah,
no.
say no. You don't believe in free will.
Just say no.
Romans
Okay.
8 and 30.
Bro,
Listen.
say yes or no. Do you have
Yes
the
or no?
ability to answer yes or no?
I've been proven no this whole time.
Okay.
Got it. He
All
said
right,
no.
then say
So
no.
do-
All right.
do
Romans
we have-
9.
do
Hold
we
on.
have
Romans
choice?
9.
Real quick,
Romans 9.
Moyer.
Hey, look, my battery's about to die. I swear to you.
Come on,
No,
bro.
I swear to you. I swear to you.
All right.
Well, listen, this is all I'm saying to you. You said that we don't have free will. You said no. My next question, do we have choice?
The Most High made you make that choice.
So then why does the Most High put consequences if God doesn't want us to sin, but God makes us sin, then why would he judge us why would he judge the sinners and put us in hell?
Mahler, my phone's about to die. Let him read Romans 9 and it'll answer his question. I just read it.
You in Romans 9, bro. You keep saying your phone's not about to die. Stay right here, bro. Let it die.
Yeah, don't run.
Listen. Romans 9:19, right? Romans 9:19. In Romans 9:17, he's talking about Pharaoh. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what Exodus chapter 9 says about that very consequence? Do you know what he's referencing? You don't, brother. Do me a favor. Pull up to the Truth Cartel.
I'm sorry. You said.
Do you know?
Hold on, bro. You're not even letting me answer, bro.
Okay. Go ahead. Answer. Do you know what Romans 9:17 is referencing? Do you know? Okay, you don't.
Well, it's referencing. You're not letting me answer. Damn. It's referencing vessels of righteousness. Or vessels of honor and vessels of dishonor.
You don't know.
And there's two categories.
Bro. It's Pharaoh, okay? And it's Exodus
All right,
chapter
bro.
9.
Listen,
bro. If you want to,
it's actually referring to
no,
Esau.
It's not.
It's actually referring to Esau, buddy.
No, it's not,
Try
buddy.
again.
No, it's not.
It's
buddy.
referring to
It's
Esau,
Pharaoh.
buddy. All right, buddy. All right.
Pull up the scripture.
All right.
Pull up the scripture.
Read verse 13. Read verse 13. And Cooley,
Pull
your
up the
wife is an
scripture.
Edomite. The Bible says the
You
Edomites will
are
be
an
destroyed, by the
answer.
way.
Pull up the scripture.
Nah, let me mute this. Let me mute homie real quick. Your wife. Listen, you dork. I don't even have a wife. But if you have a wife, I'll steal your wife. I'll take your wife from you, dork. This nigga's a loser. Your wife is an Edomite. I don't have a wife, but I'm sure you got a girl or someone. Bring them around me. They getting stolen, you nerd. That's why he jumped off stream. And mind you, I didn't kick him off. He jumped off stream. Well, I'll bring you on up.
Yeah.
You unmuted.
Yeah. So check it out, bro. I get it. I get your frustration, bro. As you can see, the level that where you get to, like, bro, that's perfect for me. But here's the deal: when you're getting at these dudes, bro, and they're bringing up scripture, this dude just straight up lied to you right now. He just lied on the scripture.
That's
and
why
he made it up, bro. And that's what gets me fired up. So you and me getting fired up, I think, is one on the logical side, even though I have those debates. But the scripture side, bro, you can put from a mile away, you can pick these dudes off. And that dude never in a million years will come back and defend this point. In Romans chapter 9, bro, this is the only chapter they bring up, bro. The actual conversation is between Paul and Jews who are whining and crying. Why has God now given salvation to the Gentiles? The last debate that we had. And in that verse, he's saying that the Jews are crying to him and complaining. And he says, God can do this if you act like who? Pharaoh. What did Pharaoh do? He didn't want to let them go. God came in and made him an example. The Lord Jesus Christ is speaking through Paul, making them an example. Because you fuss and complain, and because you will not believe in me, this is exactly what I'm going to do to you. As long as you keep fussing and complaining and you make the choice to disobey me, I'm going to give you the consequences. And that's what 19 to 24 is. That dude, listen, bro, you need to repent, bro. You need to stop acting like a crackhead with the scriptures, bro. That's ridiculous. But anybody else who got on here wants to talk about free will or this verse, bro, we do it.
Probably so. I think we got another Hebrew Israelite in here. I'm about to bring him up. But I just want the audience to see something real quick. Just be aware of this. He's bringing up scripture to try to disprove free will. Within the scriptures that he's bringing up, he's mentioning choice, that we have choice. In all of them, we have the choice to obey or not to obey. Within, it's still a choice. And if you know about the definition of free will, it's choices attached to free will. I asked them, please show how you can have free will void of choice. He reads a verse that doesn't disprove it, that actually proves choice. Then also think about this. He's appealing to the Bible. Right. There's more scriptures of choice in the Bible where it will be something where you can maybe interpret it like maybe we don't have choice, or like God came in and intervened or something. But there's more scriptures of choice. Isaiah 7:15, butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse the evil and choose the good. Choose. Choice.
Bro, did that joint had butter in it? Did you guys use that verse in the actual debate?
Not
That's crazy, bro.
I should have used that verse in the actual debate. I didn't. But the
bro,
thing
you
is,
should have, bro. Had the butter.
I didn't have to use that verse in the debate because I was just cooking him. He was lying. That's when I called him in a lie. That's when I called him in a lie.
Yeah, well, once he did that, he should have
if he would have but the thing is, if he would have conceded, then everything he said, bro, he was appealing to choice. So if he conceded that free will is attached to choice, he loses the debate. So he knew this, which is why he didn't want to concede, which is why he lied 3 times. He had to switch it.
Yeah, he had to switch it. I get it, bro. That's
but let's bring this guy in.
Yeah.
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Turn your camera on. You a Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah.
Yo, you live.
How
you a Hebrew Israelite?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah, good, brother.
Yes.
You are? Okay. Put your phone up. We want to see you. We don't want to see the cabinets.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right.
Talk to
us. There's a bit of a lag, but I'll try to work.
Yeah, he's
lagging. I'll try to work with it.
Okay. So who won the debate?
So, unfortunately, I have to say you won, and the reason why.
Dang, his own people.
Yeah. So look. So the brother captain was misrepresenting the no free will for sure. So you definitely won because you had a correct view of what it means to believe in no free will. He was coming from the perspective that, actions without consequences is no free will, which I've never heard of that before myself. So I have to give the win to you.
Appreciate it. Hey. That's what it is, man. That's what it is. So his own people, Cap, if you're watching this, your own people that are Hebrew Israelites, give me the W.
But now I do believe that.
Looks like his people left the chat.
We don't have free will, though.
Oh no. Go, come on, Fugazi, let's do it. Hit the top of that. Come on, boom,
okay,
come
so
on,
you
man.
agree with me when I had a better argument.
I love the brother. He didn't do a good job in the debate. I still love him. I do believe you don't have free will.
In what way don't you have free will, brother?
Right,
in what way?
What I mean is the illusion that we have of choice was actually determined by the Most High.
Okay, in what way,
so
bro?
I'll explain with a verse, right? So this is,
hey, real quick. I'm going to the bathroom real quick. SMG, mod this real quick while I go to the bathroom. SMG, because I know him. SMG, mod it.
Straight up. Hey, Mahler, how you say it? Mahler?
Y'all hear me, sir?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I was
you
freezing.
froze, bro.
Am I good now?
Hey, bro, I had three
fault,
quick questions
yeah,
for you before
internet.
Cooley come back, though.
But hold on. I was next.
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, let him go to his verse, my brother.
Go ahead,
let him go to his verse. Go ahead, go to your
so
verse.
Ecclesiastes 6 and 10, I'm going to read it in the NLT. Everything has already been decided.
Mm-hmm.
It was known long ago what each person would be. So there is no use arguing with God about your destiny. So here we see the scripture explaining that everybody's life is already planned out. There's nothing you can do or a change of course of your own that can determine the outcome. Rather, the Most High has already predetermined your life.
Yeah. So you want to pull up the actual scripture and go to
I read
it? Well, I know, brother, but what's the context? You know what Ecclesiastes is, right?
This is wisdom.
It's
Yeah.
wisdom
Do
literature.
you
It's written by Solomon.
do
You
you
know
agree
what?
with the verse?
Yeah. So, what, brother? I asked you if you go to context, and you're
You
already
can get the
pushing back,
context,
brother.
but
I mean,
what context is going to change?
wait a minute. How could I get the context unless I
Okay,
go to
go
the
ahead. Take your
chapter,
time.
bro? Is this how you read the Bible, bro? You just
Take your time.
you verse mine? Let's go to the chapter. Ecclesiastes
Yeah.
chapter 6, right?
Verse
What
10.
verse? All right, so let's go ahead and read from. It says, "Wealth is not the goal of life." Is that your heading? This is an evil which I've seen under the sun, and it's not common among men. Is verse 1. A man to whom God has given riches and wealth and honor, so that he lacks nothing for himself of all he desires. Yet God does not give him power to eat of it, but a foreigner consumes it. This is vanity, and it's an evil affliction. So, what's already the point that the author's trying to make in this chapter, brother? Can you see
Okay,
it
so
from
can we
jump?
deal with verse 10 though?
Oh, so
We
you don't
are,
want to
but the
deal with the
context doesn't
context.
change
Are
what
you?
verse 10 says. So I'll read it again. So yes,
What do you mean the context
what
doesn't
I'm saying
change?
is you're not
Okay,
gonna
well,
read
wait a minute,
anything in the
brother.
context that alters what verse 10 means. So let me read it again.
What do you mean? Of
No,
course
no,
I can.
no.
What are you
I didn't.
talking
No,
about? So
no.
you
I said
you don't
the
study
context is not
you
gonna
don't
change
study the
what verse 10
Bible in
says.
context, brother. Why are you pushing back against me reading the
Brother, I
verses
didn't say you
before? I don't
can't. What I'm
understand. Are you
saying
nervous?
is what you're about to
All right, so
read
then let
does
me do
not
it then. Verse
change what
7.
we
All
read
the
in verse
labor of
10.
man is for his mouth. Brother, let me read it. Let me read it, brother. All the labor of man is for his mouth, yet the soul is not satisfied. For what more has the wise man than the fool? What does the poor man have? Who knows how to walk before the living? Better is the sight of the eyes than wandering of desire. This also is vanity and grasping at the wind. So, according to the way you read the Bible, in verse 9, it GGs you. Why? Because somebody has wandering eyes and desires. They're making choices based on what?
Again,
Their own desires.
so if I could
So, if I go
respond,
to whatever one is, he,
so if I could
well, brother,
respond,
hold on. Whatever one is, okay, brother, you don't want to do the one verse reading. I'm reading context. Now I'm going to read your verse. It says, whatever one is has been named already. It's been decided already. So this is not telling you that God picks every action. In fact, if you continue reading, you're going to see that that's exactly
no,
what he's not
that's
saying.
incorrect.
Because in verse 9, he's telling you have
That's
desires and
incorrect.
making
So
choices.
you just
But go ahead.
Can I ask my
you
question?
Oh,
just
that's
hold
incorrect.
on.
All
You
right.
misrepresented the verse that I dealt with by trying to apply the other verses that don't take away from the sense of what this verse is saying. Okay, hold on one
Okay,
second. I
so then
didn't cut
read
you
9
off.
and tell
I
me
didn't
how
cut
it
you off.
doesn't.
So again, it says everything has already been decided. It was known long ago what each person would be. So there is no use arguing with God
Yeah,
about your
yeah.
destiny. Do you agree with
Yeah,
verse
now I
10?
know why you like the
Even the, we can
NLT.
go, even the
Now
KJV,
I know why you like the
that which has
NLT.
been is named already, and it is know that it is man. The subject is man. Neither may he contend with him that is mightier than he. Meaning, what we are was already predetermined. It was made known already, and we cannot fight against him because he is stronger than us.
Okay, so then
I
what
just read
version are
that
you
was the
reading, brother?
KJV and the NLT. They both agree.
I got a question for the Israelite
Okay, so
guy.
then the KJV says whatever one is has
Right?
already been named already. For it is known that he is man. You agree
I
with verse
just
10
read
saying
that in
that?
the KJV.
Okay, listen to me again. Whatever one is, he has
It
already
has
been
been, yes, and
named.
that is man. It has been known already.
Okay,
Who has made it known?
okay, hold on, brother. What you just said that you're working with me and you're not, you're
You're
cutting me
doing the
off.
most
Why?
cutting off
Listen.
right now.
For it is known that he is man, bro. For it is known that it is known that he is man, and he cannot contend with him who is mightier than he. Do you understand the broader context? If I read to you 9, where people have desires. In fact, in 7, it's talking about laboring with his mouth and making certain choices. In the end, God is sovereign over everything. He's the giver of life, the author of life. He can give it and he
Okay,
can
so
take it away,
do you
bro.
agree?
You
Do you
can't come to
agree
this
that the
verse.
thing that is known,
Okay, so you're not going to
the
let me.
thing
I'm going
that
to
is
cut you off
known
now,
is
bro.
not
So
so
get
the
ready.
thing
Go
that is
ahead. Go ahead,
known.
bro. Now I'm going to cut you off now.
So,
Go ahead.
brother, we're having a dialogue.
Yeah, okay, then.
Yo,
Don't
yo,
cut me
yo,
off.
Hey,
You asked me not to
real
cut
quick.
you
I
off,
have a
and you cut
question
me
for the
off.
Hebrew Israelite
Stop.
guy.
Yo, real quick, fellas. I gotta wrap up stream. I got somewhere that I need to be in the morning, and it's
Julio,
past my
can I
time
ask
of
one
streaming.
question? Because I did say I had just 2 questions. There's one more point.
Yeah. We got to go ahead and wrap this up. So listen, man. I appreciate the support on your end, being a Hebrew Israelite and at least being
for sure.
to the degree of being unbiased on the debate that I'm having with him. You're like, no, Cooley cooked them, caught you in contradictions and stuff like that. Fair enough. I appreciate the honesty. You and Muller, real quick, you and Muller. I like Muller, man. I'm gonna bring you back up here. You're welcome anytime, Muller. You be killing it with the Bible verses, man.
Could I just bring up one
I'll let
more
you guys.
point?
Real quick, I'll let you guys do this again. I really gotta run. I'm sorry to hold it up. I gotta go.
Yo, click that link in the private, brother, and you can pull up to the Discord, and me and you can have that convo. Yeah, you pull both of you brothers. Right. Click that, and then we'll chat right now, bro.
All right,
bro. All right, Cooley. I'll catch you later, brother.
All right, Mother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
God bless you, brother.
God bless, man. God bless. All right, let's see here. Get this guy out. Get him out. Okay, cool. Yo, man. Thank you for everyone that's been supporting. Go ahead and get the. Go ahead and click on the poll, man. Everyone didn't vote in the poll. Vote in a poll before you go, because from the poll, we got to get that poll up. We got to get the poll up. So vote in the poll, get that up. Because a lot of people that's calling in and coming on the stream, y'all agree with that. I won, but I need y'all to vote in a poll as well, because the poll don't even have a lot of voters in there. So vote in that poll. Other than that, though, man, this podcast is no Fugazee. Appreciate everyone and for staying until the end. Let me go ahead and get to. I think we got a few super chats here. Get to the last ones where we are at. Okay, D. Luckett sends in $2. Choice is limited through consequence. Okay, I already read that one before. No, it's not. You have low IQ. Cooley ignores, DC sends in $5. Cooley ignores the without external influences in the definition of free will. He uses someone defying the influence as a way to say there isn't one. No. It's without influence. So meaning that not defying the influence, meaning that you are not influenced by it. You get what I'm saying? If you are not compelled, that's what it says. You are not compelled. Let's bring up this, bro. Some of y'all have really low IQ. I appreciate the $5, but you have extremely low IQ. Free will is the ability to make choices without. So you're making choices without being compelled by outside influences. These are, he even demonstrated. If I go to, if I'm going and I want to make some butter, or I could choose not to go and make some butter, saying that he's not being compelled by any outside influences. He said that's free will. I said, yeah, that's free will. What are you saying? What is also free will? It's if you're compelled, meaning that if there's an outside influence, right? But you still choose to not do it, that's still free will. Do you get it? Still free will. Still free will. Even if you are fully compelled to make a choice, and it's not without. Yeah, it's not without. And you're fully compelled, but your desire supersedes whatever choice you're gonna. It's still choice, nigga. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I think it's even don't matter which way I think about it. It's still freaking choice, because we're still saying choice. But your desire it supersedes A over B. Still a choice. Your desire doesn't supersede B. So then you choose A, still choice. So even within anything that you do, free will is attached to choice. That's the part that that's the part that you don't understand. So anything that you do, you make a choice. It's free will. Even if it's without being compelled by the outside force, it's still free will. How many times we got to say it? Even if it's without. And once again, I guess you could say external influences. Yeah, you could say external influences, because compelled. Why would you be compelled? Compelled is an influence. Yeah, but then it's compelled by outside forces. So it's like someone forcing you to do something. So that's the thing. So then say if we just add everything in a context. Even if someone is forcing you to do something, let's just think about it out loud and critically think. Like, for an example, the gun to your head. They're literally forcing. They have a gun. They're trying to physically, or if someone is physically trying to choke you out, they're forcing you. You can think that they ain't not got no free will. Well, nah, you still got the free will to fight back. Or you can got the free will to choose to just let them niggas choke you out, to force you to whatever your demise is. So even within all of it, you still have a choice, which is compelling, which is without the outside forces. You get it? So think about it. You have an outside force trying to compel you to do something. Free will is the ability to make a choice outside of them doing whatever they're doing to you. So they could be doing something to you, but you're making a choice outside of whatever they're doing to you. Someone got you in a chokehold and it's death, or someone got a gun to your head and they're about to shoot you. You can make a choice to fight back, or you can make a choice to just let them niggas shoot you, or you can make a choice to run. You got many choices within its own scenario. So I think what happens here is, let's break it down further. I think how the low IQ people think, I think you think of it as, well, you can't make, you don't have free will because you can't make a choice. You can't make any choices without it being, I don't even know how these niggas would think about it. Like, at the end of the day, you're making a choice. Even within it, it's still a choice. I literally tried to think about the definition to on their side. Maybe I need an atheist. Atheists, they be having some good points, good arguments, and the thing is, with this entire worldview of free will, atheists puts up good arguments. These atheist scholars, man, they put up it would have been a much different debate and a more difficult debate to speak about free will if it's not attached to the belief of God and the Bible. But once it's attached to the belief of God and the Bible, because that's what you appeal to, you believe in God and you believe in the Bible. If you are appealing to those sources, you do appeal to free will, because everything in the Bible is about choice, which is choices attached to free will. Now with the atheists, they can put up good arguments because they don't believe in God. You would have to prove to them that there is a God and then prove beyond that. So that's a much harder debate. But the people that believe in God in the Bible or just believe in God, it's paradoxical for them to think that you shouldn't sin. God doesn't want you to sin and you shouldn't sin. But if you do sin, you get consequences. But also God makes you sin because the external force outside of you forces you to sin. This niggas is dumb. It's late, man. I've been streaming for mad long. All right, we got D. Lucas and $5. How is it free will when there is a price to pay? But that's just consequences, man. We have will, but it's not free. See, you're looking at the negative price to pay. You're saying, well, there's a price to pay. There's not always a price to pay. Sometimes, nigga, there's a trophy and a pot of gold at the end of it. Sometimes, if you make the right choice, you're being the one that's being paid. Other times, you make the wrong choice, then yeah, you got to pay out. So this is very like low IQ thinking for you to say something like that. For you to say, how is it free will when there is a price to pay? That's just dumb, bro. That's dumb. That's very, very dumb. We got International Day sends in $10. I'm not sure what currency this, but I got to get out of here. Let me finish reading up these chats. Did Jesus have the choice to get off the cross and not die for our sins as it was pre-written he would? Or did he say, not my will, but your will be done? Speaking about the Father, if so, explain. Don't got time for that. Wrapping up. We got Troy Strickland says in $2. Genesis 3:22. Okay, don't got time to go to that scripture and read it because we are wrapping up. But other than that, man, hit the like button before you go. Do this for me. Don't be a ninja watcher. Hit that like button before you go. Other than that, man, this podcast was No Fugazi. We got a podcast this Friday with I think 5 to 6 girls on the show. It's going to be a dating and relationship show. Wednesdays are my debate nights. So this Friday, tune in. It's going to be going live around 9 or 10 p.m. Tune in, dating and relationship topics. We got shorties, they coming from everywhere. Some traveling from out of state, some in state, and everywhere they traveling from. So you're going to like this podcast that we're doing. But other than that, the next debate night is going to be Sunday. So we got Friday Girl Show, and then this Sunday, another debate night. Without further ado, this podcast is No Fugazi. I'm super tired. I think all of you can see it here. Super tired. I actually can't even think right now. I got to go to sleep, man. And I got to eat. God dang, 4-hour stream. I did not want to do this. Peace. We out.
No Fugazi. Fugazi.
Actually, Gabby, off. You done. And you want to leave too? This is how our relationship goes. God over man, man over woman, woman over children.